gentlemen.
Катя черно-белый, дымми, папа in the building, выпуши мозги мне. У нас тут своя хроника, уличная лирика. Вот такая азиатская эстетика. Катя черно-белый, дымми, папа in the building, выпуши мозги мне. Не волнует критика и вся ваша политика. Это моя азиатская эстетика. You know what it is, bro. В моем рэпе нутро, оно летит в микро. За мир и добро, мой стиль дзюдо. Бросаю через бедро, я побеждаю умом. Это чистый пол, ты знаешь кто я знаю кто есть кто. Я в обойме всегда, несмотря ни на что. Звонки на мой телефон, отвечаю не все. Не говорю много слов, только по делу алло. Люди пишут мне смс, двигателями тут у каждого свой интерес. Концертные залы подняты руки до небес. Неважно где, устроим лютый замес. А ты черно-белый, папа in the
Yo, 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 yo! Welcome, early heads. Welcome, welcome.
уличная лирика. Вот такая азиатская эстетика. Как черно-белый, папа in the building, выпуши мозги мне. Не волнует критика и вся ваша политика. Это моя азиатская эстетика. Эстетика, эстетика, энергетика, генетика. Эстетика, эстетика, энергетика, генетика. Papa in the building. Эстетика, эстетика,
Эстетика, азиатская эстетика, yeah.
эстетика. Это моя азиатская эстетика. Жизнь всегда в тренде, я не могу взять перерыв. Сотни треков, лишь аперитив. Мои люди должны быть сыты. Вот моя единственная мысль, я всегда иду вперед, это имеет смысл. Сам себе рисую свою жизнь, скручиваю особенный ритм. Я выдыхаю реализм, выстраиваю четкий механизм. Wa-da-da-dang, эй. Listen to my 9mm go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, эй. This is Zulu Manabo. Wa-da-da-dang, эй. Listen to my 9mm go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, эй. This is Zulu Manabo. Как ты черно-белый.
Welcome, 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 early heads. Starting in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, enjoy a little bit of DJ Yugo. It's a Sunday, isn't it?
Папа in the building, выпуши мозги мне. Не волнует критика и вся ваша политика. Это моя азиатская эстетика. Эстетика, эстетика, энергетика, генетика. Эстетика, эстетика, энергетика, генетика.
Now we go a little bit eastward.
and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Let's go! Kita Susu, thank you for the sub.
I wanted you to explain.
What is up, chat? What is up, chat? How we doing this fine morning, evening / afternoon? It is your boy Yugo coming at you straight on this fine Sunday morning, evening, and afternoon. How we doing? How we doing? The lighting is a bit weird today because I guess summer is coming and it's daytime for longer. And I think I need to buy new curtains because the sun is like really hitting really hard. And it looks weird. I hate how light the camera is. I even have my light completely off, and this one I have two lights, one here, one over there. They're completely off, and yet still I'm brighter than the son of Odin. What's up, Hugo? How you doing? I'm good, Robo. Welcome. Thank you, Kita Susu, for the 8 months, and thank you, Romka. Hello, can I please have anti-revisionism struggle? We might be commenting a little bit about Bernie later, some positive, some negative. See his perspective on why he's doing it, doing these current mass rallies. Trust the perspective, criticize the perspective. I don't know. I haven't pre-watched, so we'll see where that goes. But today I have a bunch of very interesting stuff in store for you guys. I was out of town for Friday and Saturday. Another like alumni gathering from some of the clubs I was in back in uni. So it was an intense weekend. A solid amount of nights out. Saw some people that I haven't seen in a while. It's good. I'm really happy with my colleagues from back in uni. They're all doing relatively well. I'm happy that there's some stability. A lot of them have managed to pay off their student loans and stuff, which is really nice. It's always good to get a refresher, especially when you haven't seen somebody for 5-6 years, and then just hear an update and either hope pill yourself or doom pill yourself. Thank you, Butterdog, for the 2 months, baby. Thank you very much. Enjoy your vitamin D. I've been drinking vitamin D every day. Hakeem forced me into vitamin D. I drink magnesium, and I drink omegas, like the shit that you're supposed to get from fish, because I definitely do not eat enough fish. That is for sure. He's 800 years old, socialist. Yes, to have a method. Absolutely. Thank you, Barry, for another gifty. Barry, the G of all G's, which immediately puts us in a hype train. Fucking lovely. Absolutely fucking lovely. I think whenever we have a hype train here, we watch Chinese TikToks, and I think it can be like a chill way to start out our stream. I'll just tell you what we're going to be talking about afterwards. So we're going to be talking about the Bernie Sanders strategy. We're going to do a recap of the past week through Gary's Economics that just came out 6 hours ago and already has 200,000 views. That is absolutely ridiculous. So basically, that's going to be a recap and my hot takes on the L after L that our friend Trampurino has been doing. Then we have a new Thought Slime video, which covers my favorite topic, and that is reactionaries, fascism, and their modern counterparts. And then we're gonna maybe watch CIA Harris and watch the new video from Cavernacle about the slow, both financial and hype derealization of of the anti SJW kind of digital right, if you want to call it that. Before we begin, as always, I encourage you to get as many people over here on stream as possible by liking or maybe retweeting this tweet. After a stream ends, immediately delete it, so it's not going to fuck with your algorithm or whatever. And I think it's in line with the hype train that is right now. We're getting some heavy-duty Russian/Chinese AI brain rot slop that is pretty high tier. Check this out.
Акции бомбардира Incorporated падают вниз после того, как Данила Трампов ввел госпошлины 20% на бомбардира Крокодила, 15% на троллалера Троллала и 25% на Трипетропе мировая экономика оказалась под ударом. Акции бомбардира Incorporated падают вниз. Кто будет организовывать авиасообщение? Рынок кроссовок рухнул после падения акций Троллалела. Без высокотехнологичного сырья, поставляемого Трипетропе, мировые цепочки поставок рухнут. Перун уже дал свой комментарий.
They even got Perun up in here commenting. I found this on a random channel that basically makes fun of very classic, like Eastern European, very classic Eastern European conspiracy websites. that are kind of different than the one that you see from the States, and they basically like very hyper ironically use AI and shit, and they give you those types of that type of content, like self-ironizing and shit. Anyways, hype train. As long as the hype train lasts, only tough people lasts, only strong people lasts. What are they even saying? They're saying that Donald Trump is crashing the economy, so the percentage of Bombardino Crocodilo stocks are falling, and they're looking for a new military-industrial complex post Crocodilo Bombardino that they're going to use in the American industrial fight, military-industrial fight against the rest of the world. It's something along those lines, right? Something along those lines. Anyways, tum Sakur, hype train level 1, 2 minutes left.
Tung sahur
versus
tung sahur.
Fight!
Tung sahur. Anomali mengerikan yang hanya katanya kalau ada.
Oh no, they're gonna tum. No. Thank you, Romka, for the 100 bits. Level 2 hype train. The ancient Russians came from Hyperborea. Don't insult the history of my people by saying it's conspiracy theories. Also, we saved the world from the lizards. Absolutely, brother. It's always about the lizards. It's always about the lizards. Oh, the Giga Chat Grandma. These are chat compilations from China. The mood is peak. The hype is peak. Today is a good day, chat. The sun is shining. Yes, Monday is right across the fucking pond. But with me, we get to ignore it for a couple of seconds. I will do my best to keep you entertained and relatively informed. Starting out with Chinese Tech Talks for as long as the hype train lasts.
别墅里面唱 K， 水池里面饮龙鱼。
By the way, you want to see your Ankh being the ultimate mid-2010s zoomer? I have this in my hand, and I have this in my hand. Like I am directly ingesting cancer cells into my brain, into my lungs, and into my larger intestine, okay? Today we are going hard. Today we are zooming on that caffeine, and we're peaking with that nicotine. No, bro! Nicotine! I need nicotine, bro! Hot spoot! Jesus, why does the black one look so fucking depressed, man? Do not clip that out of context, motherfuckers. So fucking hard, dude. And Hitler. Divorce of Duck Art Studio. Thank you. That I don't get. Of course, Hitler. Like, look, this is Chinese TikTok. Okay, Chinese TikTok is Adolf Hitler, epic grandpa, Adolf Hitler, and cat. That's the entire platform. How did they even position themselves underneath the bridge? Must have been like, I don't know. A boat?
Tung sahur. Di da. Bombardino crocodilo.
Tralalero tralala. Brr patapin. Tripi tropa tripa. Bananita dolfinita. Bobrito bandito curvito. Scimpanzini cocosini. Scimpanzini bananini wow. Boneca ambalù. Bruberini octopusini. Tucano banano. Witcher music, блядь. Imagine showing this to a person from the 12th century. 40 seconds left, or the brain rot stops, I guess.
Brr brr patapim.
Fight!
I want to kill myself. What the fuck?
China tour was great, man.
What the fuck? He was alive, bro. What the fuck?
Everything was great. Good things gotta come to an end, though. I did everything that I wanted to do.
Thank you, Chuck Dice! Thank you very much for making the hype train survive for the 5 gifties. I love oil. I love oil.
I met Jackie. I met Don John Wade. I met Super Idol. Yes, I did meet Jackie, but it wasn't on camera, I'm be honest. But I did meet him. It was very inspiring. And I'm gonna really cherish that moment of me meeting Jackie. That really inspired me a lot. Jackie is a very inspiring guy. He inspired me.
Very inspirational. Cool shit. We don't praise any monarchs in this chat, but still, that was cool as fuck. Thank you, Cats Baked Biscuits, for making the hype train go true, motherfucking true.
Yuki 今日もいるスタジオに昨日シャンパン飲みすぎトイレでちょっと吐きソファでした寝落ち朝起きコーヒー飲みめんどくさい時奪いつを頼み気分はお金持ち毎日が遊びワクワクドキドキ気づけば4時5時朝方なく鳥マイクで声取り音の上に乗りダイヤたちが踊り首元が重い表表表表表このチェーン表表
Dude, I can immediately show you what this was inspired by. I can immediately show you what this is inspired by. 1 second. Wait. Sorry. Small interruption. This is a very good Ukrainian band that used to exist.
Я не могу ответить.
Wait.
Почему?
Wait.
Я даже не знаю.
Where's the train
Ты
part?
любил кого-нибудь когда-нибудь? Конечно, любил.
Мы только вдвоем. Голос твой, он как будто колыбель. Я обниму тебя, чтобы не стало холодней. Курточка моя так хорошо сидит на ней. А твои глаза как блики.
Look at all the Yugopniks!
Я делаю навстречу к тебе шаг, чтобы от всех с тобой убежать. Под нашими ногами зимний шар, между нами сегодня пожар. Нам плевать, что вокруг метель, с поцелуями как будто карамель. Температура как в жарком Акапулько, между нами теперь.
Ночь с тобой, это значит, что мы не
What more Yugopniks? Ha-ha!
Профессионально иду гулять.
You know how much Russian subculture you consume? All of it, bro! All of it! All my friends are Ukrainians, Russians, and Belarusians, dude. Yugopnik's family reunion, блядь. Thank you, Cat Baked Biscuits and Romka for the 100 biddies. We got 2 minutes left. Ah! This guy's a communist, bro. This specific guy. Specific guy is a communist. And I think out of the 3, I think they're all Ukrainians, but this one is like pro-Donbass or something. This is me going to the stream in the morning. So good! It's so good. Too bad they split up. But hey. C'est la vie. Anyways, back to Chinese TikTok as promised.
You gotta get back out in the world. Get out of that lonely.
Dude, I thought he was a pro-Russia guy. Yeah, I think he's a pro-Russia guy. Yeah, that's why I meant pro-Donbass, like pro-Donbass republics and shit. Donetsk republics.
How's that little workshop of yours?
Doesn't matter where we from. I don't need to live a lot of good time, but we don't need to tell nobody we wrong. Fuck it, we're young, it's just fun. It started
This is my favorite subgenre of denying expectations. You do something that at this point is fucking worn out, and you make everybody like expect a very specific format, and then you spin it on its head. 30 seconds left of the hype train. Come on, it's corny as shit, but I like it. It's so corny. It's so corny. It's so corny, but it's nice. Thank you, Ronka. Bardash is a social chauvinist, though they split up because he cheated on them on some contract because that was the producer. Okay, I guess I don't know enough niche lore about the group. I would love you to text me and give me more or something. Thank you, Chuck, for oiling me. Crazy hamburger. Fuck yeah! More Chinese TikToks. Let's fucking go. Hype train goes chew fucking chew, daddy. Yas, oil. So corny, but nice. Wow. Get it, guys? It's circles. What in the shit am I watching? I think I'm missing. Fucking love humans! I love humans so much. Unitas Mundi, bitch. Okay, now you're overdoing it. I can't with the corny.
Made it to the Great Wall of China. Feeling very blessed to be here.
So basically, Chinese TikTok is the same as North American TikTok. Welcome. Welcome to the understanding that we are far more similar than we are different. And that concepts like chauvinism are made by idiots that want to divide us and make us think that we're very different. Because look at him, more melanin. Look at him, eyes look different. Look at him, he eats with fork. Look at him, he eats with chopsticks. That's why you need to go die on the front. No, thank you very much. Or I eat with hand, of course. Welcome, welcome, you guys.
爸，你到底想干嘛？宝宝肚肚打雷了。哦，饿了呀？你想吃点啥？他妈的海sau。嗯，啥
Is he gonna do the thing? Come on, bro. Come on, bro. YouTube video with 100 people on Patreon versus YouTube video with 10,000 people on Patreon. Let's fucking go. Hype train, 1 minute, 40 seconds. Jack Ma waking up in another country. It's Sunday, my dudes. Whatever this was, I loved it. What in the fuck? Make it do a flip, make it do a flip. cool. Thank you very much, brother. Moving. I'm trying into another level. True, level 5 complete. Let's make some records today. And the stream hasn't even started. Oh my god, I love you fuck so much. Thank you so much. Why are all the clubs empty? Because not enough clubs are doing this, okay? Not enough clubs and rave spots are doing this. I want every song transition to be a brain rot meme, okay? You will be filling every discoteca like fuck. There would be civil war fights, fist fights outside of people trying to get in, okay? Just brain rot in between every song. Billions of dollars, okay? You can even call your club Brain Rot. Thank you, Galactic Voice, for 4 months. Ah, so good. Yo, bro, where you going tonight? I'm going to Brain Rot. Holy shit, you're gonna rot the liver, rot the brain? Oh, let's go, baby. This is called Brain Rot, and underneath it says Embrace the Rot. Oof, it's so good.
好，这里是新闻夜线，我们一起来纵览天下。新闻声音，首先是一条来自新华社的最新消息。괜찮아 괜찮아요 괜찮아
Horny bonk. Horny bonk, bro. Don't snipper that peener. I'm sorry, I might be old. It's so fucking corny, but it's great. It's so fucking corny, but it's so good. Also, fellow Yugopniks right here. How do you even do a time loop while moving the camera? I have no idea. Can't be easy. Kingdom Come! Let's go! Okay, that's fucking sick. Guess you like Locked Club and other Russian techno-electro people if you want meme raves. Yeah, Locked Club isn't bad. 1 minute 20 seconds left of a level 5 hype train. Or level... I hate how it doesn't even... Level 6 hype train. Okay, there you go. Imagine your high school teacher introducing you to math this way. Like, your first interaction with math, day 3 of your first fucking grade. You will immediately think it's some fucking W shit. Yo! Like you will feel going into math class like you're going and fighting a Mongol invasion. I swear to God. This is not school level, lol. I'm guessing. Sorry. To me, it's just lettuce. I have no idea what I'm watching. Thank you, Poppy Dan! Poopy Dan, I apologize. May all Dans be poopy for the 7 months, and thank you very much for the hype train. I will give you 2 more Chinese brain rots, and then we continue. What? I genuinely hate these videos. Ha! Look! There's a Yugopnik in the back. Sick. Sick. Whoa, shit! Shit. What? It's probably some niche tradition or whatever the fuck. Okay, anyways, we're back. We're back, chatters, and ready to do it all over again. Okay, let's start out with what? With the general recap or with fascists? Let's start out with the fascists, and then we'll do the recap afterwards. You're probably tired of conversations about tariffs, so I'm gonna butter you up before we do so. Thought Slime came out with a new video. It's called "Fascists Will Waste Your Time." I have no idea what it's gonna be about. Probably about how like most of the fucking things that they use as kind of locks. As underpinning points to inspire you into reactionary thinking are stuff that you genuinely should not be giving any flying fucks about. So let's get right into it, shall we? Very fresh, straight out the oven 2 days ago.
One of the earliest hot takes I made on this channel about 6 years and 70 pounds ago was that one should not debate fascists. People did not like that I said this. They felt that I was being a stinky boy, giving a stinky opinion. The threat, as I perceived it then, was that fascists would manipulate good faith debate in order to gain a platform, that they would weasel their way into the political mainstream by...
I to an extent agree with Thought Slime. I would even expand it to reactionary elements of the so-called left that define themselves as left-wing, as people who were never really good at creating content that is original and almost exclusively fed off of reacting to a guy reacting to them saying something stupid. So when we pretty much stopped replying, they ended up not having any content to react to, therefore without any content themselves, and slowly disappeared into obscurity.
Tricking their opponents into giving them free airtime and access to their audience by being deliberately provocative and sensationalist. That by treating their opinions like something we can debate in good faith, their ideas would become accepted as normal. So, do you see why I was worried about that now? Do you see what I meant about all that stuff I said? Got it in one, I'd say. That's the stuff that happened. Like all burdened with the gift of foresight, I watched helplessly as the world I envisioned came to pass. But I'm not here to assign blame.
Today, anyway.
I'm not here to gloat. I have nothing to gloat about, because despite being correct, as usual, I didn't convince anyone. I was scorned and hated then, just as I am now. So, now what, right? Like, the fascists are everywhere, under every rock.
Listen, it's patterns of motivation. Most people that are currently reactionary, that listen to reactionaries, only listen to them because they want to reaffirm their belief. So, when you're debating them and you bring on a lot of, fascists into your audience in order for them to watch you completely annihilate their father figure or their ideological leader on the marketplace of ideas, you're not doing much, because in their eyes you will not have defeated them, no matter how much better your argument is, no matter how much more it was based in research, in the materialist understanding of the world, etc., etc., etc. If your opponent simply says, shut the fuck up, you gay, stupid piece of shit, they'll be like, oh my God, my guy is so fucking based. He annihilated this communist prick, right? So the only thing, you're basically just leveling him up in their eyes because they annihilated you, even if they got completely wiped during the debate.
Controlling every website, seizing or just being handed power everywhere around the globe, deplatforming doesn't...
Basically, you always level them up when you interact with them. Always leveling them up. Sure, they won't be able to take anybody out of your community either, because hopefully you've managed to foster a community of people that are not literal troglodytes. But on the other hand, their relationship to said reactionary figure or philosopher or content creator, etc., will solidify, because in their eyes they're going to be like super giga Chad man that went and destroyed the stupid sissy cuck boy, right?
Makes sense as a strategy.
Never argue with an idiot. They will drag you down to their level and beat you with experience. Absolutely.
Anymore. You can't deny them a platform. They already have all of the platforms. But you still can't treat their murderous ideology and resultant murderous actions as though they are normal, something to be expected, or worse, tolerated. They're not normal. They're what social scientists call fucked up Nazi bullshit.
The other day, I made friends with a 62-year-old Floridian MAGA voter and got her excited to read a book written by a Marxist economist. These people are reachable. These people are 100% reachable. And de-radicalization from the right wing is absolutely something that needs to be done all the time. 50% of everything that I've released on my main channel was directed exclusively at this. I'm not saying that we should not be actively fighting fascist ideology and reactionary ways of thinking. We need to constantly be attacking those systems, right? We should constantly be attacking their pitch. But the ones that are holding up the megaphone and screaming those reactionary pitches, bringing them on our platform to talk to them or to educate them or educate their audience, is not the way you destroy the pitch, right? So attack the idea. Don't bother with the fucking troglodytes that are doing it, unless you want to basically utilize it to grow your platform even more, etc., etc. There are some relatively modest ways, smart ways that you can, take to do that properly. But to just bring them on and talk to them one-on-one, the quote-unquote debate, what Thought Slime is talking about here, that doesn't work.
So how do we speak back to fascism without giving fascists the attention and legitimacy they want? That's the question I've set for myself today. And make no mistake, it is a small potatoes question in the grand scheme of anti-fascist resistance. The real work is, obviously, community support, civil disobedience, armed resistance, and a bunch of boring care work that nobody thinks about. But I can't help you with that. I'm a moron. But that means I know how morons think. And in the war against morons, I'm your secret weapon, your moron on the inside. You see, I do have a very broad answer to the question I posed, that stuff I just said about how we talk back to fascism without giving them legitimacy. But before I can explain it to you, we have to lay some groundwork. We have to understand how fascists argue and how come they does do it that way. I genuinely don't think most people understand either. And that fact, if not corrected, might kill us all, so it's kind of important. Here's the thing about fascists. Here's the thing you absolutely need to understand before we can proceed. They're losers. Each and every one of them, it is a loser movement for losers by losers. Firstly, literally, fascism inevitably and invariably self-destructs. It is not designed to win, and when it does,
when you're pitching Marxism or anarchist ideas, etc., you need to explain to someone what systems exist in place that are directly impacting their life, or if they're less individualistic, the world and their species in general, and then lift them into a particular way of thinking. Fascism completely 1,000,000% plays on emotion, and more importantly, on validating their previously established, organically very often defined ideas, or if they're not organic ideas, that society, their parents, the particular place they grew up in, kind of placed in their head that they never managed to question. So it's a continuous revalidation process, right? With Marxism, you teach an overarching understanding of the world that no longer needs to be validated once it is accepted. Fascism exclusively leeches off of basically the emotional therapies you receive from fascist ideologues when they tell you that none of this is your fault, it's that other person's fault, and we really like the direction that the world is going, except when it gets into a moment of crisis, when we want it to become a little bit more violent, etc., etc. So again, difference is one teaches, the other one teaches you how to stay away from learning, right? So constant reinforcement versus criticism of the status quo. Very, very radically different approaches to developing one's worldview.
Happenstance, it doesn't win for very long. They are always at one another's throats, always backstabbing and plotting against one another by design. They think that drives them all to be stronger through competition, but in actuality, it makes coordination and teamwork virtually impossible. Fascism is doomed to failure because it is entirely staffed and maintained by incompetent buffoons. Nobody else would have anything to do with it. Everyone else either has too great a critical thinking skill or too much self-respect to become a fascist. To quote Hannah Arendt, totalitarian...
Yes, but unfortunately, there are people with a lot of fucking intellect and a lot of money that, in moments of crisis, see that that people will either have to change the system in which they find themselves in, or more violently re-entrench themselves in the current status quo. And those are the people that bankroll very intensely, sometimes true believers, loser idiots that get other loser idiots to believe in the type of shit that they're pitching, or they give a lot of money to basically people that are ready to sell their soul in order to pitch hateful ideology. So while fascism is doomed to failure, and I agree totally, because it's a self-eating death cult of a worldview where you put hierarchy above absolutely everything else, as if we are still fucking cavemen. It can be very often, as it has been in the past, used as a transformative tool from the current status quo into a more violent reinterpretation of the status quo, only so that the status quo can continue being alive, so that, in this case, capitalism can continue to repurpose itself, recreate itself, and stay alive.
Communism in power invariably replaces all first-rate talents, regardless of their sympathies, with those crackpots and fools whose lack of intelligence and creativity is still the best guarantee of their loyalty. Only losers become fascists. This is not a judgment, merely a statement of fact. To become a fascist is merely one symptom.
Yes, but there is an unfortunate reality that needs to be added to this. Once you seize power in totality, even if your ideology is we all need to wake up in the morning, right? Like, let's say a poop fascist movement. And we say, you're going to cure every illness if you eat your own shit. And then in my poop fascism movement, all my generals and ministers are absolute fucking idiots that actually believe that eating your own poop is going to solve absolutely everything. If we end up controlling the military, controlling the police force, and if large capital agrees with, producing extra poop surplus in order for everyone to have access to poop to eat, aka if we own both the monopoly on violence and capital reproduction, the big fucking money, you will be able to run a country for a very long time where everybody is going to be forced to eat shit every morning. Even if everybody is realizing, holy fuck, like eating shit every morning is very fucking stupid. Yes, it will reproduce people that will start believing it and they're going to kill other people because they're not fellow poop eaters. But when it comes to just the monopoly on violence and basically the financial monopoly, etc., you will not, nobody will be able to liberate themselves, because that is what the new state becomes. That is what the new status quo becomes. And if you give it a couple of generations, that becomes absolutely normal. Becomes absolutely normal. Like a small example, whenever I went to the States and saw just the thousands of homeless people and drug addicts littering the streets, etc., the first thought that went through my brain is like, how is nobody losing their fucking mind here? How is nobody literally crying 24/7 because of the amount of suffering they have to endure and look at? I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about, more privileged people that are not on the street. How are people not literally going like, what the fuck is going on? There's people dying everywhere. What the shit, right? Why do they not react? Because it's become normalized to them. The same way, if you hold on to power for a decent enough time, you can normalize eating shit every morning. Normality is a subjective context that arises from, basically, to simplify to the max, from the only thing you know. And if the only thing that you've ever known is eating shit for breakfast, you will eat shit for breakfast with a fucking smile. Hell, you will redesign new shit products. There's going to be Prada poop. There's going to be Hermès poop. There's going to be Gucci poop. We're all going to then start competing and working harder and harder because, hey, John over there is eating, has the $50 a day poop subscription. I have the $100 a day poop subscription, etc. Ideology reproduces whatever the dominating class defines as normal. Read the fucking Gramsci and so on. And that, yes, could even be poop. I apologize to those that are eating right now.
Of an underlying spiritual loserness. Because when you really boil it down to its core, it is a movement of woe is me crybabies. People with some sort of gripe who are desperate to find someone else.
Are you saying that all fascists are just scat players? Mine was more of an allegory, but also quite literally. Somebody did research on the correlation between different ideologies, in particular sexual fetishes. And when it comes to the so-called authoritarian right, there is a high amount of correlation between like radical right-wingers and people that want other people to shit in their mouth and on their face and pee on them and do very nasty stuff to them.
To blame instead of doing something about it. People who feel owed power and control and see the absence of that power and control.
The kink compass, exactly, my friend.
Control as a humiliating insult. To be asked to earn power or privilege is a slap in the face. They should just have it because they're daddy's special boy, the best, most masterest race, or the smartest, most enlightenedest civilization, or they're the good religion that God likes. Sometimes, by sheer coincidence, their grievances happen to be legitimate, just directed towards the wrong target. Maybe they're poor or unemployed, and instead of getting angry at the rich and powerful, the people who are actually always responsible for that, they instead choose to...
It's basically like lower on the pipeline of right-wing radicalization. You want somebody to keep telling you that the other side is stupid. The higher you go, the more they're going to be, let's use the word honest with you, in saying that the end solution is not really arguing with the group that disagrees with you, that you're, the God's chosen people, wink, wink, that you are inherently genetically superior, that you are the stronger and better gender, whatever the fuck you wanna take from that. The end solution to every reactionary way of thinking is the final solution. But that's also a snake eating its own ass, because even the most successful fascist movement that might in some alternate dimension succeed in eliminating their so-called problem will then go on for another half a decade or a decade and realize that, holy shit, all my problems are still there, even though I killed all those people that I used to define as the big bad enemy. So what do we do then? Then, ladies, gentlemen, and NBs, we find another outgroup to target until there's basically just 2 white dudes left. That's it. That's it. It's when your whole ideology revolves around hierarchy, but you're the only guy in the room. What do you need to do? Like, you need to start positioning, you need to be like, oh my God, my legs are taking too much blood. Maybe I should cut my legs off because they are parasiting over the much more useful arm. It's irrationality bubbled in group fucking thinking, where the most successful interpretation of it is one where there's, again, just 2 white dudes left in a room because they had to kill everybody else in order to explain away why things aren't getting better even when they get rid of the outgroup.
Believe it's because of immigrants or secret Jewish conspiracies or DEI or welfare or some shit, usually because the rich and powerful are quite aware that cultivating this myth benefits them, not only keeping people off their back, but granting them an easily manipulated audience willing to do violence on their behalf as a fun little bonus. Mostly, their grievances are entirely frivolous. That they have to accept school integration, or that their grandkids are trans, or that a woman might have sex without being punished for it. The oppression they believe themselves to be facing.
Let's go, Mi'kmaq Moog! Thank you very much for the sub, brother.
Thing is
Sister MB.
Simply that their prejudices have fallen out of fashion.
12 months, you fucking crazy motherfucker. Thank you so much.
That people get mad at them when they're shitty, or that they can no longer out loud proclaim their perceived superiority to some minority group without politely being asked to leave the Olive Garden. All of these guys are so happy to get to say the R word again. That is the sum total of their ambitions. Permission to be cruel and thoughtless. And they don't care who they have to kill to get it, because they're weird, fucked up losers with stupid, miserable priorities.
Speaking from personal experience, fascism is fueled by self-hatred. A lot of it is. A lot of it is trying to define your place in society without criticizing what society defines as better or worse. And when you don't want to criticize what society defines as better or worse, you got to re-entrench yourself in the categories that, surprise, surprise, make you the top dog, right? So I'm not going to think about how, race is a social construct, etc., because I happen to be white. I'm going to make my whole worldview now revolve around the fact that I'm white, and because I want to be on top, that means that everybody else is inferior.
Fascism always requires,
I'm a special baby boy! I'm so special!
An enemy, an opponent who they can imagine has perverted the natural order in which they are on top. When it's not immediately clear who that enemy might be, they're happy to just make one up or blame some outgroup they already didn't like, often, though not always, Jews. Fascists need an enemy because fascism is a movement of people who are unhappy, but who are also deeply unwilling to investigate why or change anything about themselves or their lifestyle. They are perfect as they are.
Literally what I just said.
They always have been. Things used to make sense when they, or people like them, were in control, or they perceived people like that to be in control. So the world must change back to that standard in order to oblige them. And do you see how that...
You have a standard. People start criticizing that standard. It's called civilizational evolution, you dumb fuck. People criticize that standard because it makes a lot of sense. That idea starts spreading. Most people start adapting that idea. The way we run particular social questions in society starts changing. You, though, because you're mama's special boy, feel like something is being taken away from you because you either don't have the intellectual capacity to understand the societal criticism that has been applied, that has ended up changing the way we understand certain social contexts, right? Or because you refuse to, because you are mama's special fucking boy. So now, my dear friends, we need to revert to the old way of being, because that makes me more special.
Belief, right? Do you see
the only honest fascist, actually, like unironically, like the only way for you to be an honest fascist, and now I know this is an oxymoron, is to truly and fully just embrace violence. What do I mean by this? The only non-hypocritical fascist believes that might makes right. We are Darwinian animals where the group that stomps the hardest on all the other ones gets to benefit the most, right? That if that is your fascist perspective, that is disgusting. You are devoid of all humanity. But at least it is not, let's call it, it's not one born out of pure hypocrisy, right? You believe that what makes the wheel of history spin is basically stronger groups dominating weaker groups, taking their resources and enslaving them. And because you believe that's how society has always worked and will always work, you want to make sure that your in-group ends up being the top dog. Right? That is the only non-hypocritical fascist. Again, a rabid fucking animal. You are not human, my bro. But at least you got like an actual ideological underpinning. Might makes right. Exactly.
You have the belief that like they're perfect and the only reason they're not rightfully heralded as a superior being is because someone else fucked them up.
But it's always very funny because the people that flock to this ideology very often can be fucking stomped with 2 fucking slaps and a fly landing on their shoulder.
Might appeal to like a great big loser, a fantasist without any grasp on reality, a mediocre person without anything to offer the world who can't emotionally process their inadequacies and need to find someone else to blame for why life didn't go their way. It's not that they're not good enough to get what they want. It's because the whole world isn't fair, or rather isn't unfair in their favor.
So like a difference between an honest Marxist and an honest fascist, like an honest Marxist understands that all of history has been class warfare, you know, those who own versus those who toil. And to an extent that is might makes right, just in different social redefinitions. You know, your boss no longer has to be taller, stronger, and more muscular than you in order to force you to work on his farm. He just gets to do that because he owns the company and is protected by the monopoly of violence, aka the police force and the state, that makes sure that you work for him and not the other way around when he is the owner of the company, right? So to an extent, might makes right? But a Marxist says, yo, bro, that is fucking nasty and gnarly and shit, and I don't want that, bro. So if we look back throughout history, that's exactly what we did. We used to live a particular way, start questioning the rationality behind us listening to a dude because he said he was given the crown by God type shit, right? And then we elevated ourselves to a better and better form of societal organization. And fascist refuses to believe that there can be another cycle, that we can create something better. That is not only evil and demented, but it is also completely and utterly ahistoric and irrational, because that has been the path of our species for the last 10 fucking thousand years. It has been. So why do you think that this mega mall of a society we call capitalism is the end of history? Because you're mama's special boy, and in this one you're a bit better off than everybody else, than in the next one where you'll probably also be like a lot more better off, but others will be as well, which you don't like because right? It's
favor anymore, like it should be. Even when they're inarguably successful, rich and powerful beyond most people's wildest dreams, hypothetically, off the top of my head, I don't know, the richest man in the world, they just have such loser energy. They're bitter, unhappy, completely.
Because Animal Farm told me socialism is bad. Yeah, like, because every system can be corrupted and will have hypocritical elements of it when applied to real life. I think that we should stay in the current one that is insanely corrupted. Like, is capitalism corrupt? Yes. Is it better than a guy saying that God gave him a crown and he makes you work the land and then gives you like 15% of what you made on the land back to you and tells you you're a good little serf until it's wartime and then you get picked up and you gotta go fucking rummaging across the planet to fight some people you've never fucking seen? Yes, it's in my modest opinion better. We have stuff like Le Phone and Le Train and Le Central Heating, okay? If feudalists, if like a reactionary in the feudal era was, if in the feudal era, the only thing we were doing, if back in the feudal era, we were constantly talking about how, if we replace it with a different system, that system is also corruptible. We would have still been in the feudal era. If we were like, I got bonk with stick on head, and this good. And somebody's like, sir, how about we like start making our own food instead of hunting all the time and shit. And the bonker guy says, but if we make food, then we have to distribute it. And it's going to be unequally distributed. Yes, probably. There's going to be problems with that. But it's going to be much better than bonking people on the head and like fucking barely surviving and hunting all the fucking time. Massive oversimplifications of history, by the way, but you get my fucking point. It's fucking dumb. Especially with the added context of specifically Marxian analysis that says, yes, it's going to like, once the bourgeois is annihilated and you have the so-called, dictatorship of the proletariat, etc., once you make a socialized society, will new forms of contradiction or even class dichotomy start rising? Yes, very likely. In lower stage communism, you will have newer contradictions that you will then address and address and address. That is the evolution of our fucking species. That is why we are not doing bonk on fucking head. Okay? Thank you forever and to dust for the gift sub, baby. Thank you very much. Contradictions, and we fight them and we evolve, and that's the fucking beauty, because our species gets to what? See those contradictions and then address them, motherfucker. But fascists like, I see the contradiction, but I'm not going to address this contradiction because future systems are going to have contradictions as well. Okay, sure. 21st century capitalism has a shit ton of contradictions. I've dedicated my whole life talking about them. But are those contradictions much more acceptable than somebody rummaging through my village and taking me to be his fucking slave to build a fucking pyramid? Of course! The fuck!
Preoccupied with petty little grievances, no matter how much wealth, power, and prestige they manage to accrue.
I mean, you had Tim Waltz, who was a huge jerk. Running around on stage with a Tesla stock price, where the stock price had gone in half, and he was overjoyed. What an evil thing to do.
They can't help it. They are losers. It is baked in. They can't change it. And it's critical that we understand this. I'm not saying this just to mock them. That's a side benefit. It's not hard to mock them. Look at them. It's very frustrating to argue with them. You might have noticed this because you'll never beat them on effort. You have other things to do. You have to go to work, take care of your loved ones, enjoy your hobbies, and have sex. But they have nothing else. This is it for them. This is all they have. Even if it seems like their life should be fulfilling, they make themselves into a miserable loser, on purpose, it seems. Fascist movements, formal or otherwise, operate much like cults. When one joins them, they are
That is completely correct, but with Elon Musk as an example, I think a much more astute thing, not astute, like no, everything that Todd Slime said was correct, but an additional layer, let's say. Elon Musk is the most interesting billionaire to me, period, because he is human allegory to generating capital for the sake of capital to such an extent that you become the world's wealthiest man, and yet you are still not happy, you still have not found purpose, should be the biggest red flag about how much this system doesn't make any sense, because the wealthiest dude on the planet is losing his mind and is depressed and stupid and fucking fetishist psycho that has 20 fucking kids. Right? When even the wealthiest guy on the planet fucking obviously really hates his fucking life, then what are we doing? What are we doing? Wasn't the pitch supposed to be when you're at the top, all's gonna be fucking sick as shit? Yeah, bro. You got that boat. You got that fucking corporation, bro. It's gonna be awesome. You can like buy your way into the fucking government. You're gonna be sick as fuck. No, they're all fucking depressed as well. They fucking hate themselves. That's why they keep searching for something else and else and else and else. That's why I love him so much, because he's the perfect representation of this. Generating money for the sake of money is not something that will give you purpose. Not something that will fully rid you of alienation. Because you've dedicated yourself to a fucking abstract idea that we made, but that now controls us. Capital. God fucking damn it. Thank you, Chief Supreme Daddy, for 6 months. Indeed.
At first, overwhelmed with the appearance.
Musk's interview about how lonely he is lives rent-free in my mind, and it should. That's like when you talk to some of your friends that are really harp on the but I'm gonna be rich one day and then I'm gonna be happy. Use Musk as an example. There you go. I'm giving you a free fucking thing. Just use Musk as an example. Like, tell them, okay, even if you become the richest fucking guy on the planet, you will either become Mark Zuckerberg, who is so massively insecure in his masculinity, not just masculinity, his humanity, by boy is an android, that he's fucking sad because he gets bullied on the internet. Or you're going to turn into an Elon Musk that is so lost in time and space that through the process of searching for some other purpose after he's become a billionaire is quite literally making everything far, far worse, both for others and for himself. So basically, when somebody says, "When I get rich, I'm gonna be happy," finally, tell him that the world's richest people aren't really happy, bro. And speaking of happy, do you want the happy pill or do you want the sad pill? Well, the sad pill will be played to you in exactly 1 minute in the form of advertising, further alienating you from your true self. Or the happy pill, masked guy screaming about capitalism in the microphone that you can help sustain for $6 a month, less in certain countries with free through Prime, or by gifting to those less privileged than you, which will also allow you to avoid the shitty ad that is playing in 32 seconds. Playing. Thank you very much.
Appearance of validation and support. This is called love bombing, and is meant to endear you to them, to become dependent on them to meet your emotional needs. Then, that validation and support...
Wait, what is the happy pill? Giving me money is the happy pill.
is gradually withheld in order to pressure the target into severing ties with the normie world. They drive away anyone outside of their hateful little bubble, so their entire network of social support depends on how useful they can be to the cause. It's the only way they can feel part of something anymore, because nobody else wants anything to do with them at this point. Take a look at Jeepers Creepers Rowling. Once a respected author of derivative children's books, she was radicalized further and further into hate groups because each time she shared a hateful view, everybody who wasn't already brain-fucked was angry about it, and only the people who shared her prejudices ever validated her. That drove her to become more and more extreme in those prejudices to seek their validation.
But also another billionaire. Like, she wrote semi-decent books, don't fucking shoot me, whatever your perspective is, I've never fucking read them. So she found herself in her literary expression. But then, because the books started making so much money, and they moved into films, and they moved into shows, and they moved into t-shirts and hats, and etc., 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 it commodified her literary work to such an extent that it alienated her from that very thing that she gave to society. So, in order to make herself feel appreciated, she started talking about social concepts, politics, etc., etc. Obviously, the reactionary kind, because what kind of other type of politics can you really have as a billionaire? Let's be fucking honest. Which further alienated her, which made her life suck more. That, or it was the what was that theory that she had? a mold in her apartment or some shit.
and so
it's always capital takes the soul out of absolutely fucking everything.
A fascist or potential fascist cannot help but become angrier and more extreme over time. It's the only way to participate, because if you're not constantly signaling
mold in her castle, yeah.
Support
Minecraft guy too, yeah.
For the cause in new, novel ways, that validation stops flowing.
And this was also an author who before fame was alienated by getting rejected so often, or at least that's the story. Yeah, yeah.
Not constantly signaling support for the cause in new, novel ways, that validation stops flowing. They start to question your loyalties. Maybe you're a plant trying to make them look bad. Meanwhile, anyone who could otherwise talk sense to you requires that you accept you've been an enormous piece of shit. And that feels bad to do. It feels better to stick with the people who are telling you that you're cool actually, and strong and brave, and the bestest, most special type of person. Losers don't do difficult things. They take the easy way out. Everything becomes filtered through this lens. Every action, every statement, every thought becomes an opportunity to signal their support for the cause.
Pronouns!
Everything becomes part of this eternal struggle, a symptom of
the greatest hero of fascism, Adolf fucking Hitler, killed himself rather than actually facing the reality of the world he finds himself in, the rejection of his ideals. That is the number one thing that a fascist is constantly and eternally running away from, facing their own fucking demons, admitting that certain biases that they might have held being wrong, and they will quite literally take the entire world down with them through different forms of hateful ideologies, only so that they don't have to admit it to themselves.
The rot at the core of society that they are meant to oppose.
There's a reason you can't you can't say Nazis without saying Nazi. Ha ha ha.
It's for them to be visibly, loudly loyal to the in-group. What might feel like a very trivial matter to you is transformed in their mind into a life or death battle against their perceived enemy forces. You might think you're having a silly little argument about Star Wars or comic books or video games or a little meme, but to them, this is a battleground upon which the future of our entire culture, nay, humanity, hinges. Which, of course, makes them very important. That makes their posts very important. It's not a waste of time, actually, Dad. They're fighting to save humanity from the bad guys by making posts, by posting about video games. They are saving the world. They will spend as much time as is required because they have convinced themselves that the whole world is at stake and they have nothing but time.
And boom shakalaka, you clicked on one video thinking, oh, this might be interesting. 7 months later, 80% of your personality revolves around big booba in video game, black woman in video game, Mexican lady in Snow White or whatever the fuck. Like the pipeline is, of course, reactionary and demented and fucking troglodyte. But it is also, like, in the modern context, so, like, unnervingly pathetic, like, and weird. Like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Why the fuck do you care so much about fucking video game characters, my guy? Holy fucking shit. Oh, no! They're fucking with my commodity! Oh, no! Do you have a life, my guy? Like, how much free time do you people have, bro?
This totalizing attitude also justifies any measures they take against you, because if you're with the people trying to destroy the world...
Why is aggrievement so easy? Very good question. Because you're a special boy, and they are coming after your special thing that makes you a very special boy. And back in the day, video games were our thing, a place where we can escape from a world that is unaccepting of us. And instead of criticizing, like, yo, why the fuck is the world unaccepting of us? Like, this is a legitimate hobby that and passion and art form that should be more widely accepted, which is a direction that a lot of progressive gamers have taken and so on. No. We take the opposite approach. We want to isolate it even further. We want to make it ours even more. We don't want those pesky fucking globo homo whatever the fuck lizard people coming in and making our games about them. No, it's all about us. Please, daddy video game producer, tell me that the game is about me. I will play it even if it sucks. It's so sad. And also completely missing the fucking point.
There's nothing that's too bad to do to you, up to and including murder and torture. And they would murder and torture you. They do it right now even, gleefully. Luckily for us, they're also cowards. They have to be, right? A brave person would simply confront their problems instead of becoming a fascist about them. They'll only resort to violence when they know for a fact that there's no threat to themselves, which is why it's critical we never allow them to get to that point. There should always be a threat to fascists should they try to do fascist shit.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Until that time comes, they're content to just pester their enemies incessantly, try to make their lives miserable through whatever petty little means they can manage. They are relentlessly tedious. They will soak up as much of your time and energy as you can provide them with, and more. There's no getting ahead of them on this without yourself becoming just as miserable as they are, and that's what they want. Toni Morrison...
and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Like, you have two choices. Actually admit to yourself that certain biases you previously held are incorrect and you like have a normal life, or you start literally believing this.
I'm Hitler's top guy. What am I gonna do? Adolf Hitler chose me to lead the revolution.
Wrote, the very serious function of racism is distraction. It keeps you from doing your work. It keeps you explaining over and over again your reason for being. Somebody says you have no language, and you spend 20 years proving that you do. Somebody says your head isn't shaped properly, so you have scientists working on the fact that it is. Somebody says you have no art, so you dredge that up. Somebody says you have no kingdoms, so you dredge that up. None of this is necessary. There will always be one more thing. Now, of course, Morrison is discussing...
But Slime, have you thought that maybe...
I'm Hitler's top guy.
Didn't think about that, though, did you? What if everybody else is wrong and I am right? What if all the scientists are wrong, but I am right? What if all the people that look different to me are wrong, but I am right? Why? What if the privileges that I have are deserved because I actually am superior? What if, thought Slime,
I'm Hitler's top guy.
Racism. And while all racism is fascist in character, not all racists are explicit ideological fascists. By no means do I want to reduce racism, an extremely complex confluence of behaviors, to something that only Nazis do. I bring this quote up because the phenomenon Morrison is relating here also applies to fascism more broadly. Fascists delight in wasting your time. It suits their purposes to do so because their purposes are just to make you suffer. So you can't ever expect them to be reasonable, ever. They will die on every hill. They will argue about every little point of minutia forever. They will deny anything you say, no matter how absurd it seems to do so. They will assume the counterposition to every position you offer, play devil's advocate about everything, muddy the waters on every single fact, no matter how inconsequential or self-evident it may be. They will argue that, no, Elon Musk didn't throw up a Roman salute. You can fucking see him do it. And they will look you right in the eye, and they will say, no, he didn't. He did not do that. They'll just deny it, pointlessly. Why bother? We can see him doing it, guys. What are you talking about? They can't possibly mean it. Not even they could be that dumb. They are lying. Fascists lie. And this is where most people get it wrong. Because they do, obviously. They lie, yes. They also believe their lies, sort of. Even when they know they're lying.
Gaslight girl boss, eat chip. Or should I say gaslight girl boy, eat Never eat hot chip. Eat mayonnaise chip.
They believe they're lying.
Because hot hurts my tummy, and mommy said that that's normal. It's weird that the Browns can eat the spice and we can't. It's them that are strange.
Not because they're dumb, though, you know, but for a far more insidious reason. What I think a lot of people fail to understand is that fascists view truth differently than regular people. From their perspective, and this is going to sound strange, but please bear with me, speaking a falsehood isn't necessarily lying. A statement can not reflect reality, but still be true to a fascist.
Because truth is a subjective context. If enough people believe that eating shit absolutely every morning is healthy, scientifically that would be incorrect, but societally it would become the truth. Especially if it is standardized by the domineering financial class and those who run the state monopoly on violence, aka the fucking state. So yes, eating poop in the morning will make you sicky sick, but if we all agree that eating poop in the morning is absolutely based as fuck and actually a proper way of life, then it will become a proper way of life. Truth is well, conversations can be had about truth as a scientific category. In the social sciences, it is as fluid as water.
When most people think of truth, we view it as more or less like that which accords with reality. Something is true if it matches what we see or experience or can measure. I'm talking in very broad strokes here, obviously. It's not that simple. Like, we can't measure that you love your dog, for instance, but nonetheless, I accept it as true. Entire college courses could be taught on the philosophy of what is and is not truth, but yeah, more or less, that's how we mean it when we use the word day to day, right? Fascists, like all authoritarians, do not view truth remotely like this. To their mind, truth is not dictated by reality. It's actually the opposite. It works the other way. Reality is dictated by their truth. Truth, or rather their idea of truth, is the foundation from which reality is built, and therefore, nothing within reality could be invoked to contradict their truth. Reality is less...
I agree with this, but I don't think it's only when it comes to fascists. I think in every single society, what the majority agrees on, number one, what the state agrees on, and what the domineering class agrees on is truth, does become truth. The difference, though, between a leftist and a right-winger is that a leftist is constantly searching for deeper truth, and through that criticizing current norms and current definitions of what is truth, while the reactionary, through his immense insecurity, continuously tries to defend the current status quo on the question of what is true when it comes to any aspect of civil life, right? So I agree with Slime. I just would not apply this exclusively to fascists. I genuinely, as a Marxist, that's at least the Marxian take, one that I agree with very, very strongly, is that it is so fucking fluid. It is absolutely fluid. Just, progressives, leftists, anarchists, and so on want to continuously criticize it. We are continuously searching for a way to advance our species into not only a more ethical, but more pragmatic, more fluid, and importantly, least harmful way of organizing. While the fascist just wants to keep the current definition of truth lasting as long as possible because he's afraid that he's going to lose this or that privilege once it's taken away, which is also not correct. He will not. Okay? Which history shows. We all get fucking uplifted. You stupid fuck. Like...
Lesser. Reality is always changing. It's not dependable. Reality is the earthly and mundane, while their truth is eternal.
Material empirical truth should be held above idealistic truth. I completely agree. And that is what leftists strive towards. And we would not have come to 99% of modern conclusions in most social or scientific points if we had not pursued just historically as a species that sort of direction. The fascist wants to go the other way. Even when, for example, science, material truth, after eons and eons of fucking research comes out, they will refuse to admit to it because they feel like it's going to negatively impact their particular position in the hierarchy.
Higher power, it is transcendent. It is of God. A fascist can view a statement as true even when acknowledging that it's also an outright falsehood. And that seems like a contradiction to you and I. Truth and falsehood.
Something can be true without having been applied to society as a whole. It is still true, but until it is applied, it is simply a process of intellectual masturbation. Right, like you can come to brilliant scientific discoveries, and have them in your academic book, and you would have done an absolutely impressive piece of work for your species, for yourself, for everyone, and good for you. But until it is applied through all strata of society and just stays there and rots in some academic's office, it is nothing more than intellectual masturbation.
Falsehood are mutually exclusive, but to a fascist, the falsity is merely base reality, which, remember, you can't count on. Truth transcends material reality. Truth is eternal and unchanging and not subject to reappraisal simply because reality contradicts it. That's why J.D. Vance can say with a straight face that it is true that Haitians were eating people's pets in Springfield, Ohio, even if he concedes, of course, that it didn't actually happen. It's true, but that doesn't mean it happened. This is called the mythic truth, the truth which transcends reality. What that mythic truth represents is truer than true. The mythic truth simply is. It need not be justified. It need not be proven. It cannot be falsified. It cannot
be... for example, I can right now tell you that it is true, and now all the chatters who are subscribers are going to agree with me, that it's true that it is much better to watch streams without watching ads. Like, it is just, that is our truth, that streams without ads are the best, right? And some of you might disagree. No, I'm going to watch the ads. I'm not going to do $6 a month or free through Prime for a subscription at the top of the hour, or a gift to chatters that have not yet been admitted into this new way of thinking, or you can just watch the ad and disagree with this truth that I'm trying to pitch to you. Both can exist at the same time. One is the objective truth, which scientific, material truth, which is watching ads sucks, but you can lie to yourself that it's not, and then proceed to watch the ad. I'm basically pitching that an ad is playing in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, blah, blah, blah.
Questioned.
I fucking hate doing that so fucking much.
Is fixed, unchanging. It has always been thus, and so it will always be thus. The mythic truth in the minds of a fascist has been discovered over and over throughout history, embraced, leading to all of the great civilizations of the past, and then suppressed, leading to those civilizations' downfall. Fascism is syncretic. It takes ideas and concepts from multiple sources and tries to synthesize them into a broad, sweeping set of principles that they can apply backwards in time. To question the mythic truth is therefore, in their minds, not simply a matter of disagreement, but to defy the will of nature, to stand in opposition to what they see as the animating force of the universe, to invite the fall of civilization, causing humanity to backslide into barbarism. So anything which contradicts the mythic truth is fundamentally evil and must be rejected on that basis, and that basis alone. When evidence...
That is why I will never forgive you and myself, the general global left. I will never forgive us for not coining facts over feelings before the fucking rightoids did it. I hate that so fucking much. How did we give right-wingers facts over feelings? How did we give them that floskula? It's so fucked.
Contradicts the mythic truth. The evidence...
It's so perfect for what Marxism tries to pitch. It is so perfect. Facts over feelings, motherfucker. But no, we just handed it to them on a fucking silver platter. I blame liberalism. I agree. Yes, Moss World. 100%.
Evidence is lying. You don't need to know how it's lying. What about it is...
Because today, the 100% of feelings-based dudes will say facts over feelings. disgusting.
Incorrect, or if anything about it is incorrect. You simply know the evidence must be wrong because it can't be correct and contradict the mythic truth. When the mythic truth is shown to be contradictory or self-defeating, they will insist, without a shred of irony, that logic itself is therefore lying. They won't bother trying to explain away the contradictions because it is an act of service to the mythic truth, the highest good, to simply accept it on faith, particularly when reason would dictate otherwise. If anything which contradicts the mythic truth is evil, then dismissing it is an act of good. So by willfully ignoring evidence or arguments against the mythic truth, they show their devotion to it. Therefore, they can cognitive dissonance their way into accepting evidence against their position as further reason to accept that position. Their truth is so strong that it doesn't matter if it seems incorrect, it's still true. And let me say that again for emphasis. Evidence against a fascist position strengthens the fascists' belief in that position. I'll give you an
FBI, open up!
Beautifully put. I agree completely.
Example of this.
It's a very good video. It's very slight disagreements. I don't even think they're disagreements. Just thought is like not applying certain criticisms of fascist doctrine to liberal doctrine as well, even though I'm pretty sure thought would agree, but still.
That might be familiar.
I'm just expanding it.
Familiar to you. Fascists will often say that there are only two genders. Everyone is either male or female.
Critique them now. I have been the entire time. Not critiquing thought, just the very specific wording of some shit.
You're born that way and there's no changing it and there's nothing else one can be. Now, I'm not saying that if you believe there are only two genders, you're a fascist. You might just be a stupid asshole, but it is a position a fascist would hold and argue strenuously for. It is also a position that is dumb as hell. Rocks for brain shit, like get a grip. There's no evidence for this position. How could there be? It can't be falsified. How do you prove your subjective experience of gender is right or wrong? Are the millions of gender nonconforming people all throughout history lying, all willing to subject themselves to persecution and violence for no reason other than to maintain this fiction? Why? Does that sound credible? Are we to dismiss their stated subjective experience? And if so, what evidence do we accept in its place? Because to my knowledge...
But no thought. A right-wing guy told me that that's the case, and I will die on that hill. Don't you know?
None of these dipshits has ever offered any. There is, by contrast, much evidence against this position. The whole premise of a gender binary rests on the faulty assumption of a strict binary of biological sexes, which is both obviously incorrect and also completely irrelevant. Gender is not sex. I think we've been...
There you go. A truth that was held as truth for a very long period of time creates contradictions that are then questioned because society has leaped and leaped and leaped on that particular point. We question it. Science agrees with the questioning, and the result then proceeds to say that the previously held definition of truth about, for example, gender is no longer correct. A leftist wants to see society progress and evolve closer and closer to material truth, and because of that accepts it. But mama special boy, the feelings over facts, right-wing chuds, reject it and therefore want to keep the status quo going as long as possible.
Been pretty clear on that, my guys.
That's the difference. The objective truth is there, but depending on the percentage of society that accepts it, and more importantly, the domineering classes of society that accept it, it will either become something that is acted upon, a truth that is acted upon, which then becomes society's truth, or a truth that just lingers in an academic office somewhere and plays nothing more than academic masturbation.
Not only are you dead-ass wrong, would not matter to the discussion if you happen to be correct. Belief in a bioessentialist gender binary is absurd, it's contradictory, and dumb. It is obvious and self-evident that some people's idea of themselves do not align with the gender they were assigned at birth. How then do fascists arrive at this conclusion? Why do they feel so strongly about it? Why do they remain completely unmoved by evidence against it?
Because whenever a very large, whenever a particular truth that is held by the majority is questioned, it's a perfect festering ground for fascists because they can use confirmation bias against this new truth in order to fully entrench themselves in the status quo and grow their community. TLDR, oh, we believe this is correct. Oh, science guy says this is not correct. But holy shit, you are now 35 years old and you always thought that the other thing is correct. Don't listen to the science guy. Listen to your feelings. Fuck that guy. Also, please give me $1,000 in my next election. Type shit.
Why care at all for that matter? And you might say, well, duh, obviously. It's because they hate trans people. And yes, I'm not a child. I understand that. But why though? Because if you were to ask them, they would say that...
Because that's the current thing. That's the current thing that you can organize the best around. We're gonna evolve post, hopefully, and trans people will be more and more accepted, blah, blah, blah. Not like they need fucking acceptance, what the fuck, but you get my fucking point. And then there's going to be a new previously held truth that we are basically debunking, that they're all gonna, jump on the back off, right?
Their hatred of trans.
That's why they hyper focus on trans people now and not gay people, etc., because 30 years ago, it was all about them fucking gays. You have fucking Hillary Clinton being like, man, I don't think that it's fucking natural and she, right? But then it became normalized. So they needed something else that is not normalized to attack. And once trans identity is normalized, they will attack another thing and another thing and another thing. It's the reactionary pathway, bro. Eternal.
People is rooted in this belief, which of course they only believe because they hate trans people. So isn't that kind of circular? I mean, which came first, the adult human chicken or the large gamete cell? The real reason they believe this, of course, is that fascists, among other assholes, believe men and women exist in strict natural hierarchy. Everyone does, but especially men and women. Anything which might complicate that dynamic is therefore automatically untrue. Men and women must be immutably and fundamentally separate categories if we are to believe one is superior to the other. If the differences between men and women are murkier than they imagine, socially constructed, or worse, subjective, then that contradicts their perfect, eternal, mythic truth. And anything which contradicts their perfect, eternal, mythic truth can simply be dismissed on that basis. It is not necessary to explain why or investigate further. To do so would be a sign of disloyalty. Now sure, they might offer some specious evidence for their case to you. They might make some kind of leap of logic to justify this belief to you, because they know that you value those things. But none of that is why they believe what they believe. If their reasoning can be shown to be wrong, and it always can, it doesn't matter. It was never required for them to believe it in the first place. They will just invent another reasoning. Forever. They'll say you can tell because of genitals, and you point out that doesn't make any sense. There's all kinds of genitals. And they say, okay, well, it's the skeletons. You can tell from the skeletons that there's only boys and girls. And you point out how that doesn't make any sense. And they say, okay, it's chromosomes. And you point out how that doesn't make any sense, and so on forever. Kind of like how Toni Morrison described how they just make up the same kind of excuses to justify white supremacy, saying black people's skulls are the wrong shape or that black people don't make music. It is trivially and obviously wrong. It is nonsense presented entirely to waste your time. It's not the same thing, of course. These groups have different experiences, particularly those who fall into both groups, but it follows the same pattern. When you do manage to do a complete circuit and exhaust all of the bullshit they have prepared, they will always say some variation of the following. Well, it's just the truth, deal with it. Because of course they know what's true already. They need not explain why, they need not justify it, it simply is so. You cannot reason them away from this position because their positions are above reason, above evidence, above earthly logic. Furthermore, by an amazing coincidence, whatever they decide is true will always be whatever's most useful for their political project. Because think about it, right?
Yeah, that's what I harped on a little bit earlier.
Right? In their mind, they're battling for the future of civilization, and that's a pretty strong incentive to rationalize away whatever it takes to accomplish your goals.
They're battling for the future of civilization to look identical to the current version of civilization.
Would you want to believe that the evidence were stacked against what you saw as the only way to save civilization? And while, of course, they believe that their truth is perfect, unchanging, and eternal, they are all too happy to edit it on the fly when it suits their purposes.
10,000 years of this is true. No, bro, it's not true. Holy shit, it's not true. Let's evolve. 10,000 plus years of us doing that. If we go all the way to bonking on head, millions of years, right? And yet, the modern fascist thinks that all the conclusions that we have come to at this point, right when you happen to be alive, incredibly important person, right? Right at this moment, the stuff that your mom and dad told you are true, that means it's peak truth. Societal evolution stops right now because me, Jimmy, the most important guy to ever live, who holds the most important opinions about absolutely everything, does not want to change his mind and does not want to listen to facts. Me.
To will reality to bend to their whims by changing what is and has always been unerringly true. They don't give a shit if this appears inconsistent to you. They will never acknowledge the consistency, and for all intents and purposes, might not even be able to perceive it. Enemies, outsiders, villains become trusted allies whose moral character has always been above reproach. Positions shift and waver depending on what is expedient in the moment.
Leave it the way it is. There have been very few complaints the way it is. People go, they use the bathroom that they feel is appropriate.
And just look how...
The way it is. It's always been the way it is. But that's the idiotic part of it. It's not. It is not the way it is. It is not. The way it is right now is not the way it has always been. We don't poop in the same place we drink water from anymore because somebody was like, yo, bro, this doesn't sound like a good fucking idea. But I'm 100% sure that there were some reactionaries of the time that were like, no, you serve Satan. You're a fucking witch for telling me that, you stupid bitch. What the fuck is wrong with you? Let's burn you on the fucking stake. That's why we call it reaction.
Mad you are. Look how upset you got that I chose to believe a bad, wrong thing on purpose. My commitment to believing this bad, wrong thing proves how obvious and true it must be, because otherwise there'd be no reason for me to reject the weight of evidence.
What's up, Gabriel?
For me to do that demonstrates how true what I'm saying must be, and I have been rewarded for my faith with what I desire most, which is to upset you, to waste your time. So, if you accept the two premises I have presented to you here, that 1, fascists love to waste your time because they're losers with infinite time on their hands, and 2, that the fascist construction of truth is fundamentally irrational and therefore immune to rational criticism, do you see why it is a bad idea to argue with them on their terms? Do you get it now? Do you see how they've already decided what they believe, and their only goal is to distract and frustrate you forever? How if their whole goal is to waste your time with bad faith nonsense to deliberately frustrate and confuse you, how like, how you don't need to let them do that. But thought...
Exactly. Thank you, Gabriel, you fucking G. Thank you very much.
Swine, you slutty little sausage, I hear you say out loud, word for word, even though you're on the bus. One doesn't argue with fascists in order to convince the fascist. They argue with fascists to convince those who might otherwise be swayed towards fascism. First of all, it's thought slime. I don't know how you got that wrong. It's written all over the... Secondly, that's also a bad idea. I made a part of the video about that for you, and I'm going to play that now. Let me know if you like it. Comment below if you liked this part of the video. Imagine, if you will, you are watching a debate between two theoretical physicists. Dr. Sally Pringles is arguing for the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum physics, and Dr. Pepsi Davidson is arguing for the many worlds hypothesis. By the end of the debate, 53% of the crowd of 250 people side with Dr. Pepsi Davidson. Now, you're not a theoretical physicist. Don't pretend you are. You don't understand most of the arguments being made, and you have to take a lot for granted. And if you happen to be a theoretical physicist, okay. Pretend I'm using a different example. Like, what the fuck? You can imagine shit in 13 dimensions, but I gotta simplify my analogies for you. Fuck off, physicists! The person who convinces you won't necessarily be the person who is correct, and if by chance they are, you're really not in a position to determine that to be the case. Real physicists don't know which one is correct yet. The person who convinces you will be whomever is more persuasive, for whatever reason. Maybe one is the more confident public speaker. Maybe you just got dumped in Copenhagen. Maybe Dr. Pringles is your dad's new wife. You come away with your own preconception about which of these two things is true, and at best realize that there's a robust debate for both sides. This is something for other people to decide, something you must keep an open mind about. Okay, now, imagine you did that 1,000 times a day, whether you wanted to or not. Imagine if every single thing you read, every single TV show you watched, everything about your personality and identity were the subject of an unending and indecipherable debate happening everywhere all the time that you were forced to observe and participate in, whether you wanted to or not. That's just a funny joke I'm making. You don't need to imagine that because that's just what life is like now. Did you hear? Did you hear Captain Crunch is woke? People who were ticklish are back on their bullshit. Snakes, the animal, went on Joe Rogan and said that they think the Civil Rights Act went too far? Why does a snake even care about that? Why do we care what snakes think about that? Snakes have no history of racism. None of us is free to investigate every fucking discourse that pops up in their lives. There is not enough time in the day. Eventually, you'll have to sleep. You can't spend all of your time researching weird internet bullshit and arguing with bad faith imbeciles all day. You're a contributing member of society, not some sort of YouTube video essayist. My life's work has no value. Please go to patreon.com/thoughtslime. Most people see an argument happening. They see two people who seem equally passionate about their positions, and unless they have some reason to be invested in the discussion, they just go on with their day, because what else are you gonna do? Nobody's gonna come to an informed opinion about all of the shit blasted into their brain meat every second of every day. You pick a few things that are important or that interest you, and you get informed about those, at best, and most people don't even do that. For the rest, whether or not...
Yeah, you literally do this, okay? You do this. You do this, okay? So, it's a graph. Look.
What the hell?
It's a graph, right? So, this group of people right here, once science says, yo, the previously held truth that we all thought was true, actually, that was a bunch of bullshit. And then it takes years, sometimes decades, for another group to agree with this. And then it to expand into 30% of society, 40% of society, 45%, 49%, 50%, right? But during this entire time, during this entire period, what do the reactionaries do? Because it is not held as truth, accepted as truth by most people, this is the perfect radicalization time where, because not everybody has accepted the so-called new objective truth, the reactionaries can harp on it and harp on it and harp on it and call it woke and call it stupid and call it lizard people and call it Jews wanting to ruin the backbone of our society, etc., etc. And they will milk it for years or decades, depending on what the particular subject matter is, or depending on how long it takes for other people to accept it, until it pivots, right? Until we have 51%, 55%, or God forbid, for example, 75% of society agreeing on a particular truth. Then they move on to another graph. Then they move on whatever is the new redefinition, questioning of previously had truths, and then they make their whole fucking identity revolve around that again and again and again and again. It is the fascist pivot to riding on the fucking horse of ignorance for as long as wider society does not come to the same conclusion as scientists, social workers, etc., have come to. So, right now it's trans issues, it was race, very recently in the States it was being gay, etc., etc. But do these fascists still think that, you know, black people are inferior and also gay people don't exist, blah, blah, blah? Of course they do. They just don't speak about it as much post-pivot. They don't speak about it as much post-fucking-pivot because their audience is much smaller. Their audience is much smaller for the thing that they can harp on and unify their base around. Do you understand? You understand. Very good. Look, let's all take a photo with my incredible graph. I am graph guy now. Look at my graph. It is very good. Very nice graph. Okay, we get it? We get it. It was modern art, absolutely. And if you like my graphs, do consider supporting the show for $6 a month or for free through Prime or by gifting to those less privileged than you. Because if you don't, an ad will play in 2 minutes with a much more sophisticated graph that tells you much less about like society and stuff. Thank you very much for considering supporting what we do here.
We like to admit it, we tend to outsource our critical thinking to the crowd. We base our view of truth on whatever people are saying at the moment. And if enough people say something, it seems credible to us. Because we're social animals. Why would so many people say something if there weren't some truth to it, if there weren't some good reason to believe it? This is a cognitive bias that fascists love to exploit, because the main resource they have is a bunch of people willing to talk endlessly. Just talk and talk and talk forever without stopping. They don't care how long it takes to talk over you. They have all the time in the world. They don't care if anything they're saying is true. To them, truth is just whatever they need it to be. They don't care how bad it makes them look, because they already look as bad as one can. Every time someone argues with a fascist in good faith, anyone watching who isn't inclined to look into the matter further comes away thinking, I guess that's a thing people are talking about now. The more arguments they hear about it, the more normal it all becomes, and the more they subconsciously start to think, well, there's got to be something to what they're saying, right? By virtue of the fact that it is being discussed, it must therefore be worth discussing. You see, the danger here isn't that a fascist might be more persuasive than their opponent. I guess that's also a danger, but that's rarely the case because they're stinky losers with Dumbo ideas. They're easy to make look foolish because they're fools. The big danger is that most people will forget the contents of the argument entirely, of any argument, and simply remember that an argument took place, that two people argued this, and both seem to believe what they were saying, and how should I know which of them is correct? Do you think they will remember any information or statistics cited in your argument? If you do, how many people sided with Dr. Pepsi Darlington in my quantum physics hypothetical earlier? That was only a few minutes ago. Do you remember? 0%. There was no Dr. Pepsi Darlington. That's a ridiculous name that I just made up. The physicist was named Dr. Pepsi Davidson, who 53% of the crowd of 250 people sided with. And even if you caught on to my genius ruse, do you still think you'll remember that name and that statistic a week from now? A month from now? A decade from now? Long after I've been executed by the state? And if you did remember the contents of the argument, aren't you just as likely to remember lies and disinformation as the truth? Lies and disinformation which are much more plentiful because there's really only one truth and you can make up as many lies as you want? Dr. Pepsi Davidson doesn't even exist. Remember, to them, it is absurd to base one's view of truth on reality. That's what weak people without convictions do. If you need evidence for your position, you're too soft. You're not a useful ally, because the minute reality contradicts your position, which it might do at any moment because it's always changing, you'll abandon it. Why, therefore, would they ever engage in good faith argument?
Yes, chatter, lying is very OP.
What could they gain from that? It is us, it is their enemy who takes advantage of evidence and logic. It is incumbent on a fascist to delegitimize both, to make the process of finding or applying either so difficult and tedious that people stop relying on them entirely. Once we can no longer rely on evidence, logic, reason, then their irrational arguments are suddenly on an equal footing with everyone else's. Because when we can't tell the difference between information and disinformation, information ceases to have any power. You might notice that Elon Musk has a real hate boner for Wikipedia. You might notice that Trump really hates the Department of Education. This is why fascists...
This reminds me of this.
I think the problem with people like this is that they are so stupid that they have no idea how stupid they are. You see, if you're very, very stupid, how can you possibly realize that you're very, very stupid? You'd have to be relatively intelligent to realize how stupid you are. There's a wonderful bit of research by a guy called David Dunning at Cornell, who's a friend of mine, I'm proud to say, who's pointed out that in order to know how good you are at something requires exactly the same skills as it does to be good at that thing in the first place, which means, and this is terribly funny, that if you're absolutely no good at something, at all, then you lack exactly the skills that you need to know that you're absolutely no good at it. And this explains not just Hollywood, but almost the entirety of Fox News.
Ban books, they scrub data and spread lies. Access to information only ever hurts their position. It is their prerogative to make sure people remain ignorant. Only an ignorant person would believe them. So they don't argue to convince people, to inform, or even misinform. If they do, that's a bonus. They argue to obstruct. It's crucial that you understand this, right? They argue not just to win the argument, but to delegitimize the process.
I have a better version. Yeah, this one's my favorite. I think I played it 1 trillion times on stream.
Because democracy basically means government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
Fucking classic.
This by which one might investigate truth, to make it impossible to tell which positions are and are not supported by evidence. They want to confuse, not educate. They cannot lose an argument because their strategy was never to win the argument. The strategy was merely to have an argument. That's why it's really fucking frustrating to see people gloat about defeating them rhetorically as though that matters. Like it's some great
Then fascists come along and think that making the people even dumber will fix
victory
it.
to be more persuasive than the guy who thinks being gay is a form of witchcraft? What a genius you must be to defeat that intellectual titan. They don't care. They're not trying to win an argument. In fact, I'm not sure it would be as useful for them if they did, because they want the argument to happen forever. If they won and convinced us, everybody would stop talking about it. They want to keep the question open to maintain the pretense that this is a matter of legitimate disagreement.
But even if that question closes, my dear friends, even if that, like, questions never really close, but you get my point. Even when 51% of society or 75% of society starts agreeing about a particular issue, there's always going to be the next issue, and the next issue, and the next issue that they will harp on and harp on and harp on and harp on and harp on until you know your biases are correct. What science is telling us is bullshit. So it's I completely agree with what Thought is saying, but even once the most reactionary elements in society agree that a particular point is chill, they will go on to the next one. That's why reactionary thought reproduces itself. It's very practical. Not practical in saying the truth, but practical in finding another outgroup to target, finding another truth to delegitimize, finding another excuse for why you shouldn't be thinking about the economy, the system, the class dimension, etc., etc.
There are persuasive arguments to support.
The dance never stops, that they never have to sit down next to anyone they don't like. Yeah. Historically, yes, humans love to be distracted by this dumb shit. Humans love to have their biases confirmed, especially when the biases are questioned, which is what the reactionary utilizes in order to make you not look at your real problems, but fictitious ones instead.
Either position, that their arbitrary, frivolous conclusions should be treated with the same weight as everyone else's, and in so doing, become something you might not agree with, but must accept as a valid position that others hold.
Yeah. Conservatives are still against women's rights. They pivot, but they never drop the bigotry, of course. When I say pivot, I mean they change what the main underpinning of their pitch is, right? Their main pitch.
It can't be dismissed out of hand anymore. It requires a response. It requires your time. It must be debunked again and again for as long as they can pretend to believe it. You must waste your time.
And while we are still stuck on like the mid 20th century fascists, talking about fascists that hyper focus on race as a concept, etc., they're already 12 steps ahead. They've jumped to the newer thing. Are they still racist, and do they still hold those opinions? Of course they do, but it's not the main meat of their platform. The current thing is.
This sounds pretty bleak, I know. You'd be forgiven for thinking that this makes fascist messaging just unbeatable. And I don't think it is. I think it's actually spectacularly easy to beat. None of what I'm saying precludes educating people and correcting fascist misinformation. The only time they are granted the advantage I'm discussing here is when they are allowed to participate in that process. By all means, feel free to correct their bullshit when they're not present. That is both good and necessary. Sadly, sometimes they are present. Sometimes fascists are around, and that's a problem we have to deal with. How do we defeat fascist messaging in person, face to face? And again, I think the answer is actually pretty simple, much simpler and easier than you might expect. There's a cost to be paid, of course, one that we need to be more comfortable paying, but we can always easily beat them, so long as we manage our expectations and are realistic about what we can achieve. Defeating fascist talking points is actually almost impossible to fuck up. Because you can defeat any fascist argument with one simple phrase. It always applies. Shut up, you're being an asshole. That's it. That's all you need to say. And here's why this works. While not everyone can articulate why, everyone can intuitively tell that these people are weird freaks. They're hateful, they're destructive, but most importantly for our purposes, deeply, deeply unlikable. And they always will be. They can't do nothing about it. Fascists are haters. As discussed, they must always have an enemy, and everything they say and do is designed to destroy that enemy. And so everything they say and do is always, unavoidably, either an insult or a direct threat to someone. They are always being a huge asshole. Everything they say to outsiders is designed to hide that, to send the message that actually, we're normal, we belong here, Mom said we can be here. They're not. They don't, and she didn't. They're weird, obsessive assholes, and we can leverage that. You must never show them common courtesy. You need to be immediately, emphatically hostile towards them. Make it known that they are not welcome, and you do not respect them or anyone who tolerates them. You must extract an immediate, severe social cost to the expression of, or tolerance for, fascist beliefs and arguments. You must make it known that such beliefs are not something you're willing to argue about.
Would you continue sitting in a bar with somebody that literally like stands up and slaps you in the face? No, you wouldn't. Well, every single time somebody starts talking about fascism, you need to redesign the way your brain reacts to that, because that's what they're doing. They're not only slapping you in the face, they're telling you that they would very gladly slap your friends, slap your loved ones, slap anybody that quote-unquote deserves slapping. I know it's a cliche to call like all fascist rhetoric inherently violent, and therefore violence against said rhetoric is self-defense. But I want you to internalize it in a much more radical way on an individual level. Every single time a fascist starts spilling hateful bullshit in front of your face, you should not see it as just somebody sharing a point that you might disagree with. You should see it rightfully as them doing violence on you.
Not something you'll hear out in good faith, not something you're willing to budge.
The fact that they're using words does not mean that's not violent.
John, ever, that you will not respect anyone who does tolerate or condone them, that merely by suggesting these ideas, they have trespassed the boundaries of good taste and broken the peace. That may sound severe. It might even sound mean or close-minded or rude. If you're a New York Times columnist, you might think that it's like itself a kind of illiberal use of stochastic violence that a fascist might use. It's not any of those things. It's in fact the common sense way you would treat any asshole. And let me explain why with a helpful analogy. Imagine you're hosting a party, and this guy you don't really know that well shows up and starts loudly talking shit about your friend Amanda. They say Amanda's stupid and ugly, Amanda sucks, and Amanda's worse than everybody else at this party. And the party would be so much better if Amanda got kicked out and they got to have all of Amanda's beer. Would you be chill about that? Like, of course not, right? You would tell that person to fuck off and leave. They're being an asshole. You wouldn't feel obligated to hear them out. You wouldn't get into a polite debate about Amanda's merits. You wouldn't try to convince them that actually Amanda's pretty cool. She's good at Smash Brothers and you like her dog. Because if you care about Amanda and this guy's going around like ginning up hate for Amanda, you would kick him out of the party by force if necessary. Obviously, right? They're being an asshole. You don't have to let them do that. That behavior sucks. What?
Also, bro, why don't you bring your own beer, you stupid fuck?
Why then? Would you behave any differently when they're doing the exact same thing, except that instead of insulting one individual Amanda, they're instead insulting entire categories of Amandas? When they claim that their race or their sexual orientation or their religion makes them better than all Amandas in the world.
And that is the problem with hyper-individualized thinking. Like if somebody says Amanda's a piece of shit, you're immediately defensive. But if somebody says all women are pieces of shit, the chances of you being defensive, not defensive, the chances of your reaction being as strong as when they were mentioning Amanda instead of women in general lowers, because for some reason we have internalized that is just a difference of opinion or some shit. No, it fucking is not. Arguably, it's much worse than them shit-talking Amanda specifically, because they're talking about a whole category of people.
Someone who wasn't simply being an asshole at a party, but actively using the levers of power to harm Amanda and all Amandas like her. That is categorically worse. Far more Amandas are being insulted, Amandas are having their fundamental human rights taken away, Amandas are losing protections granted to them by the government, and they're being made second-class citizens, and they're being harassed and killed in the streets. Why would you be willing to hear that out? To debate the merits of the Amandas they're targeting? Why would you approach that in open dialogue? Why would it matter how politely they express their hateful intent to destroy Amanda? If somebody says they're going to kill your friend, you don't say, allow me to offer a counter-argument, good sir. And make no mistake, that is the end goal. To kill entire categories of human being. And if that isn't enough motivation for you, remember, those categories are negotiable and might soon include you if they don't already. Now, obviously, we can't kick fascists out of the world like we could kick an asshole out of a house party. But we can do the next best thing. We can expose them and make it known that they are not welcome in our spaces. Fascist thrives when they are granted respect and legitimacy, and they wither and shrink away when that legitimacy and respect are rightfully withheld. Thus, they will do everything in their power to appear legitimate and respectable, to pretend as though, actually, they're not being assholes. They're actually doing a different thing that you don't dislike. It's a meme, didn't you know? It's ironic. Actually, it's all about ethics in games journalism, or we have economic anxiety, or we're making some inscrutable point about free speech, or don't you think Israel has the right to defend itself? There is nothing a fascist hates more than other people observing them and describing their behavior. It is their kryptonite. They need to hide. Just don't let them hide. When you notice this, you kind of can't unsee it, right? Like, they always panic and get defensive if you just describe them. They will insist that you're not allowed to do that. It's bad to do that. It makes you look bad when you describe what they're doing, they'll say. Because they know their beliefs, their project is deeply unlikable. Every other political group on the planet is eager to tell you what they believe, because they think, rightly or wrongly, that you'll agree. Fascists know that you won't. They will always hide what they want. They will pretend not to be saying what they are obviously saying, because they know nobody likes it. They'll gleefully post white supremacist memes like right out in the open, but the minute you call them racist for it, they will shit and piss their entire pants about it. It drives them up the wall.
That's why there needs to be, exactly, Charter, some of you are saying it, that's why there needs to be a systemic educational pivot in whatever future system we establish, where anti-fascist, anti-bigotry, whatever you want to call it, curriculum is a very, very big part of creating adults out of children.
dare anyone call me racist simply because I said and did things to disparage other races. You don't know what's in my heart, knowing, as we do, that any attempt to justify...
The same way, for example, schools react very intensely when one kid beats the shit out of another kid. They call the parents. They even start talking about potentially kicking a kid out of school or forcing them into not going into school for a couple of months, suspensions, blah, blah, blah. There needs to be both stick and carrot mechanisms put in place when it comes to properly ideologically educating young adults into understanding where bigotry comes from, how it manifests, and most importantly, how to actively combat it.
Justify their beliefs is meant to deliberately waste your time and dwindle your spirit, you just don't give them the opportunity. You don't get sucked into whatever lies and bullshit they throw out to confuse the issue. You don't engage with whatever nonsense they're making up in the moment. You let them spin their wheels. Let them sputter uselessly, shadowboxing with an imagined enemy, while you remain focused on what matters. That they are assholes, that they need to shut up and also go away. You don't let them change the subject. You don't let them lead the conversation. You keep it focused on how they're being an asshole. Look how what you're saying is going to hurt people. Look what a weird freak you're being about it. I don't want to be around you. Nobody does. Because you're being a huge asshole. 3 key principles inform this approach.
Also, the shitbag approach would be, okay, you're out with your friend, with your acquaintance, hopefully not your friend, and they start saying something misogynist about women. For example, they use the point that they're physically weaker on average, and therefore, in the great hierarchy of life, deserve to sit under the boot of males and listen to whatever they do to them, right? The shitbag approach to that is to look at this acquaintance of yours, realize that they're, for example, shorter than you, and then unironically say, oh, well, I guess, sure, stupid fucking weak-ass women, but also like tiny dudes, like they're also like just like genetically weaker than big dudes, so that we should also do the same shit to them, like a lot of like short dudes are also like weaker than larger, bulkier, tall women. So like I agree, like you're in your hierarchical thinking, but like bulkier women should be above like short dudes, and then start seeing them go from white to pink to full red in the fucking face, and go like, but that's the different, but that's like, bro, what the fuck, bro. And then obviously interrupt them and tell them, you see how what you're saying makes absolutely no fucking sense. I just find it very pathetic that you started realizing that it makes no sense because it now applies to you. Now you might be the harmed category because you're a tiny little bitch, right? And then they either start understanding that their frame of reference is fucking idiotic, or you tell them to get the fuck out, and you never talk to them again until they, I don't know, become normal. That's the shitbag approach. I'm not saying it's for everyone, but the shitbag approach is basically to use their methods against them in order to make them realize that some sort of uncontrollable category that they fit in should not be used as a cudgel to define them as inferior. I grew up in conservative state, and our curriculum never taught us about queer history, never knew we were killed in the Holocaust too, never taught about Stonewall, etc. So it shouldn't be surprising that people here don't draw a line between homophobia and fascism. Of course, I mean, you can use homophobia specifically. You can have a fascist movement that is hyper-focused on straight identity or on cis identity, or what I argue here on the show all the time, which is the mainstream American right, focus specifically on gender identity. I genuinely think that the radical wing of the American right very strongly focuses on misogyny specifically, and they use trans issues in general as a great kind of starter to get you in. especially if you're ignorant on the issue, and then they slowly move you down into misogyny against trans women and cis women, women in general. And then if they see that, you're ticking all the boxes and you're in the right environment, they might start talking about people of color. And, if you go through that gate, it's only hours before the motherfuckers talking about Hyperborea and fucking lizard people.
Approach. 1. Staying on message. Maintain control of what the conversation is about. Don't let them lead you into a discussion about something else to confuse or sanitize the issue the minute they start losing. Every time they attempt to throw out some nonsense.
And of course, the biggest red flag is they in order to avoid just using classic misogyny, they will talk specifically about radical feminists, about people questioning the very foundations of family values, etc., to get you to basically check which ticks you're ticking. Hey, Hugo, could you and the Deprogram Boys make a series in the podcast on the history of all the different communist parties across West Asia and North Africa? Can make it into a series, and could you do at least one episode on the party? We would love to, just when it's about non-Balkan region, non-Middle Eastern region, and non-US. We try to get a person from that part of the world to talk about it. That's the main thing we pride ourselves in on the Deprogram. It's an actual international show where we want locals to talk about particular historical points or groups, etc., and not just invite American number 784 who's gonna give his expert opinion, etc., etc. So it becomes a bit more complicated and difficult, but we are very much so working on it, and the future is bright.
Simply repeat your point. Plainly state what is at stake, what they are doing, and do not allow them to obscure it. If pressed, say something like, "We're not talking about that right now. We're talking about this," and repeat your talking point. Number 2, if you're explaining...
Oh, but of course, we love our Americans number 470 as well. Don't get me wrong.
You're losing. One of the reasons fascists love misinformation so much is that when you debunk it, even when you're right, it makes you look suspicious. Because, the more you have to explain yourself, the less credible you appear to people. People naturally start to assume you just have some canned line to dismiss criticism. After all, how is it possible that every point that the fascist makes, and they make so many, is either dishonest or wrong? So,
Ad playing in 2 minutes. If you would like to support the show, avoid the ad. $6 a month, free through Prime, or by oiling me super fucking hard. Yes, daddy. And making life a little bit better for your fellow chatters. Makes the show run smooth, makes the show sustainable, and gives you a nice, good old ad-free experience. Which is a joke, because I don't play ads. I just mention that the ad is going to play, but there's no ad because fuck ads. This is ad-free because I have enough subscribers, of course.
Don't.
Thanks to the beautiful Oilers and subscribers, of course.
Don't explain why they're wrong. Just call bullshit. You don't need to explain why it's bullshit. You let them try to explain why it's not. Put them on the back foot. They can't give evidence to support their positions. They don't believe in evidence, and there isn't any evidence for their positions. Let them twist in the wind explaining themselves. Number 3, fascists are, by definition, hateful. Hate looks bad. Generally speaking, human beings tend to value kindness and dislike cruelty. Do not let them hide or obscure their hatred and cruelty. Make sure the conversation remains focused on exactly that they are being hateful. Look, everyone, look how hateful this is. And you don't need to explain why that hate is bad. It is generally understood that hate, in and of itself, is a bad thing. Let me give you an example of this strategy being deployed successfully. This is a clip from Real Time with Bill Maher, wherein Ben Affleck argues with Sam Harris and Bilbus himself about whether Islamophobia is a real concept.
Bilbus Maximus Uterus!
Now, Ben Affleck, generally speaking, is not considered to be a public intellectual. I don't know if that's controversial to say. I certainly don't know the man, but his reputation, particularly at the time, is that of a himbo. A handsome-leaning man, but one of very little substance, and I doubt very much that's how he is as a guy. You know, he's a award-winning screenwriter, but that's how he was seen, especially then, right? He was the star of Geely. Marr and Harris, by contrast, somehow, defying all logic and reason, are considered public intellectuals. People think they're...
Only in America can somebody like this be defined as a public intellectual. Holy fucking shit. Jesus Christ. Really, bro? Man, the States are so cooked, dude.
Smart, worthwhile political guys. So they begin this conversation with all of the respect, all of the prestige. It is very much their argument to lose. I will leave it for others to decide whether Bill Maher or Sam Harris are explicitly ideologically fascist. Personally, I think both are just useful morons who are happy to hobnob with fascists, but I also think that that difference doesn't matter even a little bit. What does matter for our purposes is that they are arguing like a fascist might, using the strategies a fascist would use to defend a position which happens to be one that
I'm Hitler's top guy.
That a fascist would hold. They start with a premise that the concept of Islamophobia is simply a shield that liberals use to defend Islam, even though...
Yeah, exactly, Code. Imagine having fucking Bill Maher on your side and still thinking you're on the correct side. Holy fucking shit.
That they should personally be allowed to be weird, bigoted creeps about Islam without people being allowed to get mad at them.
We have been sold this meme of Islamophobia where every criticism of the doctrine of Islam gets conflated with bigotry toward Muslims as people.
I'm Hitler's top guy.
I love when I invent a thing that is not correct. Don't you know, guys, that talking about religion, any religion, including Islam, in a critical light immediately has people calling you a bigot? You know how that, like, happens? Exactly never. People call you a bigot when you are generalizing all Muslim people and painting them as inherently violent and taking organized crime groups that lie about representing said religion and then painting all the other 99.99999999999 other Muslims as the same as the mob group that is running around and saying that they're doing it in the name of God. But hey, I'm smart man with book. Listen to me, smart man with book.
Right. And that is it's intellectually ridiculous.
Good point, Sam Harris. Every time you criticize Islam, people take it as though it's some sort of criticism of Islam, when actually what it is a riddle. It's a magic riddle for you to solve. But Affleck keeps bringing the subject back to what matters. Look at how cruel you're being. Look how bigoted and gross what you're saying is.
You're saying that Islamophobia is not a real thing. It really isn't.
I'm not denying that certain people are bigoted against Muslims as people, and that's a problem.
Big of you.
But
the second this premise is challenged, they retreat and instead attempt to assert their legitimacy and respectability. They're reasonable people, and you're not allowed to treat their opinions as unreasonable, actually. That's rude, and you have to be above that. You're not allowed to discuss how what we're saying might hurt people. You have to discuss these ideas in a kind of vacuum where history didn't happen.
I'm actually well educated on this topic.
I'm asking you. So
you're not listening to what we are saying.
And you can see how frustrated this makes Maher and Harris. They just can't accept that Affleck refuses to engage with the dry-sounding minutiae they prefer to discuss, the boring, sanitized justifications for their prejudice.
Ben, let me unpack this. Let me unpack this for you.
Please do.
We have just imagine some concentric circles here. You have at the center, you have jihadists. Those two circles arguably are 20% of the Muslim world.
What are you basing that?
Yes, 20% of the Arab world are militarized jihadists. There you go. Like, first we have the claim that, of course, people are bigoted against Muslims, and that is shitty. And then you say something that is exceptionally bigoted against Muslims. But you're not coming from a defensive position, because you already said that bigotry against Muslims is bad, even though you said, but 20% of Muslims are evil and fucked up and, want to kill you.
Yeah, research on it.
It's
a bunch of poll results.
I don't think I need to explain this to you guys. You're smart enough. Jesus fucking Christ. Do I need to paint again? I don't think I need to paint again.
That we can talk about. But to give you one point of contact, 78% of British Muslims think that the Danish cartoonist should have been prosecuted. 78%. So I'm being conservative when I roll this back to 20%.
That completely unrelated statistic does imply you were being conservative about the 20% statistic. But wait a minute.
Yes, saying that a bigoted cartoonist should be processed in front of the law for openly displaying bigotry makes you a violent jihadist. Let's fucking go, man. I guess I'm a violent jihadist because I agree that like those cartoons contribute to absolutely nothing. I remember that period back in school, and I was in school back then, and in one of the critical writing classes we were in, the teacher asked like what people's opinions are about the cartoonists in particular, and one guy raised their hand and he was like, no, the cartoonists are allowed to do that, like free speech, it's super based. And I'm not going to say what nationality he was, because the teacher, the professor then asked, okay, but what if they took and then mentioned like 3 massive national heroes from that guy's country? What if those same cartoonists drew them as like 3 dudes that are like in a human centipede shitting in each other's mouths? Would that be okay? And the guy, without even blinking twice, says, no, what the fuck? I would personally immediately kill them. The whole class just went quiet, and we all looked at him like, are you stupid? are you a dumb guy? Are you?
I'm Hitler's top guy.
What the fuck? Like, I will never. There was just cinema in the classroom. It just went fucking quiet. It was incredible.
Minute. Doesn't that in turn kind of imply you made the 20% statistic up? That it was just kind of a guess that you're being conservative about? I thought it was a hard number. I thought it was a hard number that you had research you could discuss about it, but chose not to. Marr and Harris are bewildered that he's not taking the bait, that he seems so dead set on discussing the substance of what they're saying rather than letting them change the subject.
Aren't there like 2 billion Muslims in the world? So is my guy saying that there are 400 million violent, militarized jihadists? Like, bro, we're all cooked if that's true. What are Muslims? Yo, you have an army of 400 million militarized jihad. Why have you not taken over the planet yet, bruv? What the fuck? What are you waiting for? We're the fuck, bro? Oh yes, the invisible army of 400 million violent jihadists. They're all hiding under your local Pizza Hut. They're gonna strike any day now. Oh.
But Ben doesn't play along. He doesn't let them obscure the ugliness of what they're saying behind boring-sounding statistics or platitudes.
Or how about the more than 1 billion people who aren't fanatical, who don't punch women, who just want to go to the store,
Wait a second. Wait a second.
But Islam at this moment is the mother lode of bad ideas.
Jesus.
So we have
That's
ideas
just a
like
fact.
blasphemy.
It's an ugly
apostasy.
He just keeps calling it gross. He hammers that home. It's gross.
But why are you so hostile about this?
It's gross. It's racist.
And it is, right? Hate is gross. Look how gross and weird and shitty they're being. Shut up. You're being assholes. And it fucking destroys them. They cannot deal with it. That's all you gotta do. It's that easy. The beauty of this approach is that it disrupts the fascists' primary objective in arguing with you. It takes away their ability to use the conversation to make their beliefs seem normal, to make it seem to anyone watching as though they're reasonable people asking reasonable questions. They're not. And you show people that by not treating...
Yeah, Thought Slime, but a lot of people did not react that same way to that show. A lot, like, people that de facto hold more conservative and reactionary values saw that particular interview and saw Ben Affleck being, you know, an emotional little coward when compared to the intellectual Megatrons, which the other 2 dudes were, right? For others, it was, yeah, these guys are bigots, shut the fuck up, and it works to an extent, but with what I'm saying is that just calling them bigots, that doesn't really work for everyone. There is a subcategory of conservative and reactionary that needs to be, re-educated in one form or another through a more active approach, because to them, like 90% of winning is quite literally being told. To them, 90% of winning is quite literally seeing your intense reaction and calling them a bigot. It's a win.
Treating them as though they are. Instead, you seize the opportunity to point out what weirdos they're being, to lay bare the pathetic hate.
But that's, absolutely correct.
At the center of their worldview. Don't let them drop it. Don't let them talk about a different thing that's more palatable. You keep things focused on the harm that they pose and how humiliated they should feel to be a part of it. They're being fucking losers. And it works because people get it. You can tell. Like, look at them. Look at these fucking losers. They should.
Yeah, that I really like. That's shitbag leftist approach. Absolutely.
Should be ashamed of themselves, but they're not. So let's all get together and make them ashamed of themselves.
That, yes, absolutely. Let's fucking go. On the same fucking page. Let's fucking go.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Absolutely.
Now, as I said, this strategy comes at a cost. All things in life do. They will use this, they will use your hostility to portray you, to portray anyone who opposes them, to portray the left as unreasonable and
Shut the fuck up, you fucking Walmart crusader looking ass.
Tolerant. They will use this to portray themselves as the victims of censorship. They will claim that we're afraid to confront their ideas because we have no arguments against them, so we simply shout them down. That we hate free speech because why else would you not want to hear someone say a bunch of awful shit? I know. That's not news to me. I know they will do that. Furthermore, I also know that this will be quite persuasive to a lot of people. And please really hear me now. Really listen, okay? Because most people get this wrong, so please hear me. You gotta let them. You gotta let them say those things, except that it will convince some very credulous people. I know it's frustrating, but you can't change it. Because, like, do you think that if you're super polite, if you do what they say and you're sweet and you ask probing questions and you give them a nice big hug and a mug of hot cocoa, that they'll be trapped and now they have to be nice to you? Do you think that they're evil genies and have to obey the rules they lay out? Fascists are haters. They are the haters. Haters talk shit. That's what haters do. You gotta let them hate. Let them say whatever mad shit they want. You can't stop them. They view you as part of a corruptive conspiracy trying to destroy human civilization. Do you think it will matter to them that you listened calmly and didn't call them names while you did that? Are you a fucking baby?
Yes, let's go!
Are you a little baby shitting in your diaper? I gotta calm down. I went way too aggro there for a second. I see that now. My point.
No. Go fucking aggro. Go fucking aggro on these embarrassing little fucking cunts.
Is that if it is convenient for them to say that you are censorious, prudish, or closed-minded, they'll just say you were, even if you weren't. That will simply become part of the mythic truth and thus immune to questioning or counter-argument. You do not need to worry about giving them ammunition because no matter what you do, they will always manufacture ammunition. Oh, look how impolite you're being. You're not wearing a suit, and that's the reason that we're gonna let your country get annexed. Because of the suit thing, because of how rude that is. They'll tell you that you're not allowed to do this. You can't be angry with them. It makes you look bad. It makes you look aggressive and mean. And of course they will. Because they don't want you to do it. Because they're cowards and they can't handle conflict unless they know for certain they're going to be victorious in advance. Why would you let the haters tell you how to act? They don't have your best interest in mind. They hate you. They're not trying to be helpful. And the fear of being portrayed this way, of being portrayed as censorious, prudish, or closed-minded, which they will portray us as regardless, has held us back from pointing out what would otherwise be completely obvious to everyone who's paying attention. That these people are nightmare idiots, that they want the worst possible things to happen, and they are preposterously dumb and preposterously cruel, like Saturday morning cartoon villains who say more slurs. They're losers, they're assholes, nobody likes them, they need to go away. Polite discussion with them normalizes them. How dangerous could they be if we aren't treating them as though they are dangerous? If we treat them with respect, as they demand we do, does it not therefore follow that they are entitled to our respect? And I ask you, are they? Are they entitled to our respect? Why would you respect someone who wants to hurt innocent people? Why would you respect someone who bases their worldview on hatred? Those are not respectable qualities.
They're sitting right there spitting in your face and in the face of all your loved ones, and you're talking back to them as if they are an equal member to society as you. No, boy. No. You walk down that fucking path, I'm gonna take your hand and I'm gonna walk down that path with you, baby.
Have you noticed that when you just describe what the Trump administration is doing, or what any of these other far-right ideologues gaining power across the world are doing, it sounds ridiculous to people who don't pay attention to politics. They hear you and they think, oh, of course you're going to say that. You don't like him, But if they were actually doing all of that bad stuff, people would be really mad and people would speak up and fight back. So, if you're not mad, if you're not immediately hostile, that kind of
chatters, especially younger ones, respect is earned. You do not give out respect. You do not give out respect to people that, even if they're not reactionary from the state, you don't give out disrespect. But you start out on a zero with absolutely everyone. And it can go up depending on how they treat you and those around them, or it can go down. And if somebody is spewing fascist rhetoric, it immediately needs to go into minus 100. Okay? Treat them the same way you would treat someone that just slapped you in the fucking face, that just spit in your fucking face, that called your mother a fucking whore. Because that's what they're doing.
Trains people to think this way. You're doing the work of the fascist for them because, the things they're doing should make you mad and upset. It is normal, quite understandable actually, to be made angry and upset by cruelty.
In the video game of life, you get, depending on your skill tree development, you can get out of certain situations through a dialogue like a RPG, depending on how high, for example, your charisma is, or your scholar level is, or your chivalry level is, or whatever the fuck. But when talking to a fascist, there is no dialogue tree. Okay, that's one of the parts of the games where if there is a dialogue tree, you can just choose one of the multiple ways through which to get that person as far away from you as quickly as possible, while doing as much damage to their to the way they see themselves as possible. Okay? Explained in gamer terms! Gamer terms! Let's go, baby! Yugo Gamer confirmed skill trees and shit. The only dialogue tree with a fascist is with a cop. The only dialogue tree with a fascist is a... How do I say this? There is no dialogue in the dialogue tree with a fascist. I think that's allowed.
Injustice. So you just...
Also, don't Fed post. You have that emote that you can use if you want to say something that's not allowed to be said here. But please don't Fed post. I love you very much. And we all share the same opinions on fascists, okay? And that opinion is pretty much this. Okay? That is the fucking opinion. That is the opinion. I think I can say that, yeah? That is the opinion. They debated them really hard back then. Look at all the debating. Oh my God, I'm going to debate! Debating's so hard! done debating. Yes. That is the true marketplace of ideas. I think there was a guy called Mao that said something about this. I'm not sure.
This kind of, you just observe them and describe them plainly, honestly, emphatically. Let go of the concern that your analysis might be labeled hyperbolic or hysterical by people who either aren't paying attention or are themselves nasty freaks with nasty freak political projects. You don't have Trump derangement syndrome. Trump does a lot of deranged things which sound deranged when described out loud. And yeah, that's gonna lose people. It will be divisive, as will anything in the world. Anything you say will lose some people. Anything will be divisive. The question we should be asking is, which people do we lose, and how many? Do we lose more than we lose by being sniveling cowards willing to collaborate with fascists rather than speak truth to power? My guess? Probably not. You might say,
I mean, that's what the Democrats thought in the last election.
To all of this, so much for the tolerant left. Tolerance is not a virtue, it is a concession. It is acceptance of something you may not like, but cannot change. You tolerate a topping you don't like on pizza. You don't tolerate injustice. We have allowed the far right to confuse tolerance with diversity and plurality. These are not things to be tolerated. These are things used like acceptance.
Wait. This needs to go harder. This needs to go harder. Needs to go much harder. 1 second. Where is it? Come on, I have too many. Okay. Where is it? 1 second.
Of something you may not like, but cannot change. You tolerate a topping you don't like on pizza. You don't tolerate injustice. We've allowed the far right to confuse tolerance with diversity and plurality. These are not things to be tolerated. These are things to be demanded. Things we fight to establish, maintain, and protect, not something we begrudgingly resign ourselves to. There's no contradiction here. Fuck off with your Karl Popper paradox of tolerance bullshit. These are word games played on paper.
Thank you, Gabriel. Tolerant left is the third house down that way, where the whatever he said left. Absolutely.
We should remain intolerant of bad behavior. That is not the same thing as being intolerant of a minority group simply because we use the same word to describe them both. You need
And thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you very much, my friend.
Not tolerate those who wish to harm innocent people. To do so is itself an act of harm. It is prioritizing peace and quiet over the safety of the targeted people, like a coward would do. Gavin Newsom, you're a coward. Or a collaborator, I don't know which. You must, at all times, make your hostility to fascists clear. You must be belligerent towards fascism. Because you won't reason them out of their positions. They're not reasonable people. You won't win them over with kindness. They don't value kindness. You can't defeat them by being calm, dispassionate, the adult in the room, because the things they're saying, the things they're doing should make you upset. And when
there are 10 people in a room and one of them is a Nazi and they still sit in the same room with them, there are 10 Nazis in the room.
You're not upset. What everybody hears is, these people aren't that dangerous. It is the far right who must be made to be tolerant, who must be made to accept that which they do not like, but will never be able to change. That people who are different from them are their equals and entitled to the same dignity, respect, and protection that they are. And if that makes them mad, then they're an asshole. Shut up. Oh, what a bitter irony it is. How poetic that in making a video about how fascists waste your time, I wasted like months making it. So I'm really gonna pivot to shorter.
Go give it a like.
Videos.
Very good video.
This isn't working. In any case, thank you for watching. Despite my tone, I'm very proud of this video, and I hope you enjoyed it and agree with my.
Is exceptionally good. Oh, thank you very much for the 200 bits. Elon Musk, you gotta listen. You need to accept my Quake live duel challenge. I know I will humiliate you. Prove me otherwise if you can, bitch. Thank you for the biddies. Itty bitty titty committee.
Various takes within it. If the spirit moves you, please visit patreon.com/thoughtslime to pay me for the good job I'm doing. Also, please like and also please subscribe to me. Those are helpful actions.
Excellent video. Top shit. Top fucking shelf shit. Top fucking shelf shit. This is in the same context. Let's continue with the Cavernacle. If you haven't went and subscribed to Thought Slime, what are you doing? Do so now.
Just a quick video I wanted to make today because I saw some people tweeting that the Quartering is like bankrupt or something because of his coffee company, and I was actually just looking at
why the fuck was my guy making a coffee company?
All the Anti SJW nerd channels I used to cover here, and I haven't done so for quite a while, to be honest. And I was looking at their views, and I was like, damn, like these views have gone down massively from when, I don't know, when I used to pay attention to them, like 2021, early 2022, where they'd be getting like 500,000 to 1 million views, like on every single video. And now when I look at the Quartering, I find videos of like 40k, and it's actually a big deal if he gets over 200k on a video. And then I looked at Geeks and Gamers channel recently, and although not like terrible views just generally, some of these thumbnails did make me laugh. Snow White failed, we did it, boys. I walked out as Snow White. This is a 40-year-old man doing this.
You're a fucking adult, bro.
And I was just thinking, like, has Anti SJW YouTube specifically focused on nerd culture?
Hugo dying. Yeah, sorry. When I kill the camera, I am him. I am doing many lines of blowing my nose into the tissue.
Has it had its heyday? Has it had its peak? Now, there's a video I actually always think about. This is weird. From another leftist YouTuber called Tiffany Ferg. She made a video about like the life cycle of YouTube channels and how you have your rise, you have your peak, you have your like maybe stagnation maintenance period, and you have your fall. I think about this all the time because I'm always thinking about myself. And when you're a YouTuber, if you guys don't know, you always doubt, like, are you still relevant? Like, even this year, my momentum...
This thing on? Absolutely. Thank you, Combustible Mon, for the 100 biddies, baby. Thank you. And that means that we are on a hype train. And when we have a hype train, we do a little bit of a palate cleanser. And that palate cleanser is called Chinese TikToks. So, as long as the hype train lasts, we go over to China and watch some top-tier fucking brain rot. Let's make this channel sustainable. Let's make that train go choo-choo. And in return, I will play TikToks to you and react to them because it makes sense. It's actually quite brilliant. Let's fucking go, daddy. Thank you, Barry, for the gift sub. Chat, Americans in chat, is this how you go to school, bro? That's kind of cool, bro. Let's go, Barry! I love your husband's... no, wife, no, the other way around. Your wife's husband even more now, baby. Let's fucking go, Barry! Thank you, Barry. Thank you, Oilers. Oil. Level 4. Okay, this better be good. I swear to God. What? You're not gonna... Fuck you. Fucking blue ball to the living shit out of me? Come on. They didn't show the... Son of a bitch.
Just remember, if you're on fire, stop, drop, and roll. One more time. Say it with me now.
Pizza family, I can't play that TikTok because we're on Chinese TikTok, bro. We're on the Chinese TikTok. But okay, let me try it because Pizza family is a VIP up in this bitch. Let me just 1 second. How do I do this? Be quick. Go like this, and then you go like this, and then you play it here, and then it should
take out your eyes. What do you think you can see? Well, most people think they see darkness at all, but in reality, you could see...
Bombardiro crocodilo. Un fottuto alligatore
Classica. Absolute classica. Okay, now back to the Chinese TikTok and back to... Jesus, you know how hard it is to fucking do this shit? Let's go. Thank you, Barry, for the 6 months. Thank you. What that meow do, baby, for the 2 months. Thank you.
Do that. Do it like a pro.
Okay. What? No chat. Bump. No. No chat. Not bad.
It's a kitty.
It's the Elon Musk of cats. Dedication!
It's called the McMurtry Spearling. This thing has 2 fans underneath. Spin up to 23,000.
Pizza! Famine! Let's fucking go! Spider teats! Teats! Thank you for the 1,000 biddies! Thank you for the 10 gifts. Let's fucking go! Train go 2 fucking 2, baby!
RPM and produce 2,000 kilograms of down.
Nice. And we got the fucking OG. Stop giving a shit. I'm getting fucking covered in oil. Let's go. Yes. 2,000 motherfucker. 2,000 motherfucker. How it feels when the oil starts coming in, literally. The mortgage is getting paid. Level 8. Thank you very much, Oilers. I love you. Speaking of oil. Oh, that's cool. That is cool as shit. That's so creative. Fuck you. That is gorgeous. It's a great palette cleanser. I love its content of a guy making content. Oh, come on, this is art. This ain't content. This is art. This is art. This is art. Wow. Fucking kids, can you become smarter or something? Children. Imagine being a child. Little mom. Thank you by any means necessary. 2,000. Sick. I'm so grateful. Thank you, brothers. Thank you. No, what the fuck? He's like, my dad used the belt on me, I'm gonna use my belt on my child, but in a different way.
So?
No, Kato. They are evolving. They're so fucked if they evolve. They're so fucked if they evolve.
What do you mean God gave me two?
Kato and Dogo friendos. It's so cheesy, but it's great. It's very cheesy, and she's fucking beautiful, Jesus Christ. Thank you, Juice, for the 10 months. Level 8. Thank you very much. 8 months, crazy shit. 10 months, sorry, apologies. 10 months, man. Not your average teacher, eh? Let's fucking go. Fund the schools, man. Fund the schools. No.
La 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 lava, chicken. Steve's lava chicken, yeah, it's tasty as hell. Ooh, mamacita, now you're ringing the bell. Crispy and juicy, now you're having a stack. Ooh.
I'm Hitler's top guy. What am I gonna do?
Spice.
娘，替我照顾好我娘，孩子。
I don't get it. Crazy shit. Crabs. Make a mutant, isn't he? Thank you for the sick fucking hype train, 40 fucking gift subs and 1,400 bits. I love you, you cunts. Oh my god, it's gonna be so, oh my god. I already find crabs so unnerving. Ah. Oh my god! Dude, what the shit? What the fuck? That is every nightmare I've ever had. That is every nightmare I have ever fucking had. God.
Black leather gloves, no sequin. Buckles on the jacket, it's Alicia. Nike crossbody got a peak.
There was like a very particular point where like breakdancing stopped being cool, and I feel like they're starting to get it back. But imagine that being done but with humans. Problem is, we're all very similar looking, so you can't really. But yeah, you can give. No, you could like give them like 12 legs and like 6 arms and shit.
Gotta dance, but it's really on some street shit. I'ma show you how to get it. Go right foot up, left foot slide.
Again, so cheesy, but so good. Ah, is this my, what do you call it? My guilty pleasure? I guess this is my guilty pleasure. Wow. Just wow. Wow. Well, yeah, apparently there's clubs like this in China. I cannot imagine drinking here. Like, I will hurl every 2 seconds. I will fucking hurl. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Fuck. I would like to experience it at least once, though. I would love to experience it at least once. Okay, thank you for the hype train. We move back to our regularly scheduled broadcast, which is the death of Anti SJWs by my boy, the Cavernacle.
Momentum, it's so weird to say this. I was ill for like 2 weeks after I got like quite a good bit of momentum in January. And I feel like that just derailed the last month or so. And I've been thinking so much like, oh, am I just done in terms of like growing? Have I hit the peak last year? And this
Great
is my
train,
fault
thank
as
you.
described by this Tiffany Ferg video. But
Seriously, very good train. Thank you, chatters. Thank you very much for the biddies and the subscriptions.
Although for me, it remains to be seen if I've hit the peak yet or not. It's pretty clear these Anti SJW YouTube channels are way past their peak now, and they are getting the stagnation, if not the downfall period.
Though I'm not sure, because they had their massive downfall period like in 2019, 2020, 2021, and then in 2022 they kind of came back through the main fucking door. And Asmongold has had a pivotal role in that, right? He really brought them back. For older chatters, we all remember the dark ages of the 2016s when this whole fucking thing started. Then it died off. It kind of gave birth to the leftist online content pipeline and shit. Because the leftist online content pipeline started as a reaction and rejection of anti-SJW shit. And when the anti-SJW stuff got pretty much completely annihilated, it died off, and generally using games as a way to introduce people to reactionary ways of thinking was no longer, the main thing you do, because, well, they stopped making as much money as they used to. But then we saw a very intense comeback during the mid of Joe Biden's term and shit.
Of their YouTube channel's life cycle. And I just wanted to speculate on a couple reasons.
Yeah, it was the anti-SJW form, yeah.
Reasons of why that might even be. And it begs the question, are these people actually suffering from success? Because Donald Trump is president.
Yeah, I've said this plenty of times. For example, the Daily Wire is falling. You can have like all sorts of like financial analysis of, their platform just de facto being unsustainable, and they were always like paid to win because they had millionaire backers, etc., etc. But the problem with any pipeline, but more with the right-wing pipeline, is that you eventually make the fascists too fascist for your pitch, and they want harder and more like in-your-face type of bigoted rhetoric that the Daily Wire, with all their bigotry, don't get me wrong, but could not keep up with. They refused to radicalize, while people like, for example, Candace Owens was absolutely ready to do so, playing on the Jewish question and shit. Which then allowed her to steal a very large chunk of that audience and take it with her to the more in your face type of fascism, which is going to be funny for Candace Owens in particular, because Candace Owens is going to end up radicalizing so many American white people that they will then pursue the path of open in-your-face racism, which will not allow them to basically listen to a black woman, right?
Republicans control all branches of government. Elon Musk and his cronies have taken a sledge.
Same with last time on stream, we watched Jordan Peterson. So that pipeline, Jordan Peterson, is falling off because, his main pipeline was misogyny and transphobia. But then a more advanced Hitler 1000 came out, which was Andrew Tate, that pretty much picked up the majority of his audience, because kids nowadays want big muscly guy who smokes cigar. More than they want little man, academic man who write book, right?
Sledgehammer to the administrative state, and everything they've ever wanted is coming true.
So Jordan Peterson ended up losing a big part of his audience. That's why Jordan Peterson is now attacking Andrew Tate pretty much, because he wants to resegregate the type of audience that they're hitting. He wants basically, Andrew Tate makes money off of physically insecure men who hate women, and Jordan Peterson is telling them, no, come to me, intellectually insecure men who hate women. I'm a better father figure.
Even like corporations are backing down on
cigar. You say you will never hear me shit talk cigars. I smoke cigars on a relative regular basis, but still, big muscular cigar guy. And they've kind of taken cigars away from us, like a pivotal aesthetic of 20th century communists from all over the world is now, to an extent, seen in the the normie cultural milieu as kind of a symbol of hyper masculinity, whatever the fuck that is supposed to mean. Bro, I just like a fucking good fucking stoogie, bro. What the fuck? Stop ideologizing my fucking cigar, bro.
The woke stuff because they want to get in bed with the Trump administration. Like, they're cutting their DEI programs and everything to do with diversity. Not because Trump made them. And I think in that context, how outraged can you be all the time, right? Of course, people are always going to be mad. The culture war is going to always go on. But if your side is like heavily crushing people for like diversity or like rolling back women's rights and LGBT rights, are people going to be seeking that content on YouTube about how the woke establishment is ruining video games and movies?
Yeah, no, like he's completely right. They did too good of a job. They radicalized their audience so much that they care about like media consumption far less, and military action against minorities a lot more. And there are a different type of content creator that can satisfy that niche that nerdy little basement pissers like the Quaker guy. What the fuck is his name? Quacky guy? The Quacky guy cannot satisfy.
Especially when it becomes more evident that, yeah, the US government is screwing you. So in the US, your video games are going to go up massively in price regardless of their political...
The only reason I'm not smoking cigars on fucking stream is because my girlfriend would absolutely fucking murder me if I smoke up this entire room. Like, I am sorry to report that Yugo is hardcore whipped, okay? And when I do smoke, I have to go out on the balcony, which unironically my dad makes fun of very intensely. He's like, God, man, this woman doesn't even let you sit in the warmth of your own living room when you want to smoke a stoogie, you stupid little fucking coward. But in the long term, yeah, she's right. I don't want the whole place to fucking stink. Even though cigars are very different than cigarettes, the smoke evaporates far, 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 far faster. It does not linger as much. But hey, whatever you got to do to make the woman happy, man. Jesus.
Affiliation or what politics the games contain themselves. We've seen this recently with the Switch 2 tariff stuff, that they're saying it might up the price by like $200 or something. And that's what their side are now doing. So in this context, there's less outrage towards like woke.
Are you a stoner? No, but critical collaboration between the Yalkis and the stoners. And of course the sobers. Especially those who were alkies or stoners and are now sobers. My pitch is that they are our strongest soldiers who have peaked to the level cap and therefore basically finished the video game of substance abuse, leveled too fast, too hard, and are now chill. Right? I preach critical cooperation between the three real classes. Okay, the three genders: stoner, alky, and the sober guy.
And liberals, because liberals aren't that visible at the moment. Liberals are pathetic. Like, the Democratic Party is absolutely pathetic. And whatever wokeness is still around, it's being attacked by like this massive kind of like government apparatus, which is rolling back all of these things. Like, when you're winning and these things are actually happening that you wanted, I guess people are less likely to seek it out on YouTube to start like circle jerking about how mad they are, because why would you do that? You're not going to be as angry when you're winning. But also, related to the Daily Wire video, a lot of these guys are a lot older, like they're in their 40s, right? And I feel like there comes a point in everyone's life that a lot of the things that you used to care about, you just don't really care about anymore, especially when it comes to like media consumption. You so don't care about the popular thing. So, you know, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers making a video about like, you know, Snow White
Who is this fucking guy? Come on, I need to read up on my irrelevant right-wingers arc. Geeks and Gamers. So it's these people? Oh my god. What was that? Minecraft movie brings chaos to theaters. China will ban US movies. Okay, no, he's using it. But yeah, he's definitely not doing numbers, bro. 5.3 thousand videos. Okay, I just want you to make a comparison. I'm sorry, not to toot my own horn, but 250,000 subscribers. 43 videos. 43 videos. 43 versus 413,000 subscribers. 5.3 thousand videos. 43 videos. 5.3 thousand videos. Wait, I'm not good at math. Let me calculate that. Okay. So he has 420,000 subscribers divided by 5,300 videos. That is, he averages 79 subscribers per video. So 79 subscribers versus 250,000 subscribers divided by 43 videos, okay? I average 5,800 subscribers per video. He averages 79 subscribers per video. 79 versus 5,813. Bro, get good, bro. How about you get good, bro? Oh, God.
Or like walking out Snow White. When you're in your 40s, like, even if you're a conservative man, who really gives a fuck? Like, do you actually care? I haven't seen a Marvel movie in the cinema since the Avengers one, and I haven't even felt the need to go and watch another one, right? And you just kind of just stop.
7.79. I told you I'm bad at math. Wait, I divided 420,000 subscribers with 5,300 videos. No, it's 79 subscribers per video.
Caring. Like, even there's loads of shows I want to watch right now, and I'm thinking in my head.
But no, that makes no sense.
I got so much shit I have to catch up on. But I'm just so busy. I have no time to pay attention to, firstly, even watch the shows I want to watch, but to pay attention to this like insane culture war around it. Like, I know they hate the Snow White thing at the moment, but I only know that because that was a couple years ago, and because I follow the Daily Wire stuff, they were trying to make their own alternative to it. But it's like, you know, I want to watch Daredevil, I want to watch the Fallout show, I want to watch Shogun, I want to play all these video games, and I just...
Tabernacle fucking vanilla. Come on, I love you, bro. Don't vanilla me so hard. But God bless. We all have our thing.
Just don't have fucking time because I'm getting older and you just get more responsibility. So you can't just piss away all your time playing video games and watching TV shows like you're still in college.
Shogun was so good. Shogun was fine. Shogun was fine.
And I feel like even in that, you can't pay attention to this stuff. You're like not going to waste your time watching these YouTube videos of man babies crying about wokeness when you'd rather...
No, all the shows you mentioned are great. They're fine, but they're fine. Okay, Jesus. Do not show your reactionary side when it comes to media consumption, Hugo.
Spend it like playing video.
You know what I just watched? Oh, God. Oh, God. This is pure CIA propaganda. Like, they do semi-criticism of the agency, I guess. But this is just a recruitment video. The show. This is a recruitment show for the CIA. I watched all the episodes, relatively entertaining, like hyper-realistic bullshit, whatever the fuck. It's pure recruitment. This is pure, just a recruitment show. A pure recruitment show. It's, oh my God. Wait, let me play the trailer. I don't know how
Lie to everyone. Risk your life on a daily basis. No glamour, no exploding watch. The CIA sends us out into the world to behave in entirely unhealthy, dangerous ways. Whatever it takes.
The show's like, the big problem with the CIA is that it takes a great mental toll on our terror cell soldiers.
make it invisible.
It's the agency. Nothing is personal. The agency.
The black woman's kind of based because they tried to convert her and she's like, I'm not betraying my country. But then immediately the show is like, and then she was imprisoned and tortured. She should have joined the CIA and betrayed her country because when you don't betray your disgusting third world hellhole, they will kill you and torture you no matter what. So join your local CIA branch because based. But at least it wasn't as bad as The Lioness. Because here they don't ask a single character on why they joined the CIA, while in The Lioness they very much so do. In The Lioness they ask and they basically answer because you gotta do imperialism, so we might as well be the top imperialist dog. I talked about this too much already on stream. I'm not gonna bother you, but the agency is less on the nose than this fucking holy shit. Like it's wow. And also Nicole Kidman looks so weird. Nicole Kidman is the weirdest looking human being on the planet right now. And I'm not, trust me, I'm not doing misogyny or any of that bullshit. Just, holy fuck, like stop with the fucking surgeries. Please stop with the fucking, please stop with the surgery. Please. You have a problem? Please stop. Please stop. Please. You're an alien. Please. Thank you, El Seguro Uno. Thank you very much. And of course, this is the consequence of beauty standards. You know me. That's not where I'm coming from. But please stop. It's very uncanny. It's like, it genuinely gives me, like, makes me shiver a little bit. Thank you, Seguro Uno, for the 3 months, you fucking G.
Video games. Like, I know if I have free time right now, if I'm not playing football or working.
Check out The Union. Is that propaganda? I think I watched The Union. My God, of course it is, but it's just bad. Just bad, right? Good propaganda is like relatively decent TV, which is The Agency. The Agency is decent TV. That's how you do propa-JJ, right? Thank you, Dirds Milky. Thank you, Milky. Thank you very much, my friend, for 2 months.
Or seeing friends or my girlfriend. It's just video games, but you only have so much time. So I'm just flipping between Kingdom Come 2 and Assassin's Creed Shadows. And I'm thinking, like, will I even be able
Watch a recent romance movie in theaters. Did you watch what was it? Nicole Kidman, was it Norway? What's it called? No, not Norway. Yeah, Nicole Kidman, new Amazon series. No, it's not fucking Hope. It's the one with this. Holland. Oh my God. I'm sorry to Scandinavian people. This. Kind of a mess. Like a 6.5. It's a mess. Because you can guess the plot twist immediately. You kind of self-doubt. Just a mess. Just a mess. It's okay. It's so rushed and literally zero character development. So it's like, it's not bad. No, it doesn't. It's not in Holland. It's in like a very Holland styled town that they're in. It's, mid as shit. Probably better than Baby Girl. What was Baby Girl? Baby Girl. Oh my God. Oh no, I have not watched this, nor will I. High-powered CEO puts on her career and family on the line when she begins a torrid affair with much younger. I do not care. Do not care. I cannot. No. I will not watch that. Holland, Michigan. I think so. Yeah. No, I'm just, no thank you. Next!
To complete this, like, this year or something. I'm just not going to have the time. So that's another part of it. But also, I think another part of it as well, I think people are just pivoting to streamers more. Like, Asmongold is insanely popular.
People are pivoting to streamers!
But I don't think even with their slot format, you can compete with someone streaming for 8 hours and then chopping that up and filling the algorithm with all this garbage. And I guess it's just about personalities, isn't it? Like, popularities of personalities always shift. So, you know, in like the late 2010s, it was like Ninja, like literally like one of the most famous streamers ever. Like, what's even happened to that guy? He's nothing now, right? And that's just the way social media goes. Sometimes there's really popular people and then they go away. Like, if you think of Hassan right now for the left, he's having his moment, he's having his peak, but maybe in 10 years, we don't even know what he's up to, and there's another massive like left-wing streamer. And that's just the nature of...
Yeah, that's why you gotta systemize it to a point. That's why we started, so we have the D program, obviously I have this, I have my channel that I give less time to, but that will still not remain abandoned. But we started First Thought, and hopefully now with a very good advertiser, it's become financially self-sustainable. And then we want to pivot from that, you know, that's like very serious news type shit, you know, Johnny Harris type video. And then we want to utilize the resources from that and from our personal projects and start another one and properly develop a media infrastructure that targets different type of people, but to all of them introduces anti-imperialist and anti-capitalist messaging. So if one ends up slowly dying off or is too reliant on personalities, etc., there are the other ones that can keep up the wider project network on point. But yeah, your what's the word? Your boy is not modest. Modesty is a capitalist disease. Okay, I wanna, with my boys, of course, I wanna actually build something fucking large, fucking impactful. And not just for the bread, like obviously it can always be better, but the bread is okay. But in order to actually have a alternative to massive reactionary media that we have online.
Celebrity, even YouTubers, it's a...
By the way, look out, I think a new First Thought video should come out in the next 2 days.
Life cycle. And it feels like people are now just bored of this stuff, where a 40-year-old man sits in front of a computer, reads an article from the Daily Mail and adds nothing to it. Like, that only has so much of a shelf life, especially when you're pumping like 5 of these videos out a day and you're not changing it for like, how many years has he had a channel? Like nearly 10 years at this point. And as someone who has a very consistent format, there's nothing wrong with a consistent format. But if your format is just you reading something...
We'll agree the bread is not the end goal. Dude, if you completely focus on the fucking bread, in what I do, you become contrapoints, right? You just betray the fucking cause, and you know, you liberalize yourself, and you realize that you got all the bread, so you should defend the bread havers type shit, right? That's fucking unacceptable.
Something out for like 95% of the video, that's when it gets boring, on top of all the other factors I've said. But also getting into the financial angle, it's clear this has affected people like...
Futa Kuchimana! Everybody go check out fellow streamer Futa Kuchimana. Check out the channel and give a follow. What's up?
Like the quartering. I watched a video where he said he's $300,000 in debt because he's trying to run his own coffee company, and he's just put loads and loads of money into that. And I was thinking, and I've said this before, back in the day I used to say he had the infinite money glitch. If you're uploading like 5 times a day and they're all getting like over 500k, you're probably making so much fucking money. And the fact that this guy...
You're making an absurd amount of money. If you regularly upload and you have that much, you're making an absurd amount of money. But you also, in order for you to do so, you either have to have a decently large team of writers and producers and so on, or you have to be constantly just making slop that pops off because it's currently trendy, but it slopifies itself, and then it ends up losing out on a lot of quality, and people stop watching, or the main thing that you're constantly talking about slowly starts fading into irrelevancy, which also makes it basically unwatchable. And that's the problem with these guys. Like 99% of them, sure, got into the game because they're reactionary pieces of shit, like true believers and so on. But then the money gets so good that they really start pushing quantity. And even to a fucking mommy loves me, the whole world revolves around me type of reactionary that wants to hear somebody approve of their worldview on a daily fucking basis. even to them, this gets old eventually and dies off.
Guy is now $300,000 in debt, and his views are declining. Even him having money.
And that is going to play. If you want to subscribe to the show, support this project and other projects, please do consider doing so. Otherwise, the ad is definitely, oh my God, it's really going to play in the next 10 seconds. Thank you for your consideration.
Any troubles in the first place, I mean, probably says a lot about his declining revenue on his channel. Now, also, there's one more factor that I think we need to...
Also, it's like, I don't know if he's about to mention that factor. I apologize. I do not pre-watch, contrary to some of your fucking opinions, you beautiful pieces of shit. Is, like fucking, you know, lifestyle creep. Like, reactionaries really want to live on the long leg, as people say, but want to live really well. So they end up like buying a lot of shit and just like overspending and thinking that that thing's going to last forever. So they also go broke because like they just waste all of their fucking money.
Technology as well. And this is maybe more important, is lots of, let's say, normal people who aren't that engaged in politics and don't really give a shit about a lot of this stuff. Like maybe they think they're anti-woke in some ways. I think a lot of these people have just massively overstepped the mark. So we had that guy crying about Starfield's pronouns, and it was just so forced and such an overreaction. Everyone started questioning, like, yeah, these people are probably just doing it for money, right? We have people like Grums, like, leading it on Twitter, and they just become the butt of so many jokes. Like, I watch some YouTubers, like gaming YouTubers, and I would generally say they might be more conservative. And even I heard them in their script making jokes about Grums. Like, people who do have an audience you'd think would be, like, anti-woke and stuff. They're making jokes about this guy and feeling fine doing that. And then you saw that...
Yeah, I have like the ultimate, like, centrist friend, this Russian guy. I mean, I love him. I've been friends with him forever. He is not reactionary. He's definitely not a reactionary. But when it comes to games, because he's exposed to Twitter or whatever the fuck, sometimes he will put in a random comment of, like, oh, they're politicizing this game or whatever. And I would be like, you're fucking cringe, shut the fuck up. And it would never... He not from like you know, oh, this ethnicity or that. He's just like, why the fuck are, you know, this group protecting this game and that group like attacking that game? That is so fucking stupid. You know, you cringe. But even he is really starting to pull out of that logic, and it was all the shit around Assassin's Creed. He literally, like, I saw him, what was it, literally like 4 days ago. And he's a big Kingdom Come guy. I'm also a big Kingdom Come guy. So first with Kingdom Come, it was like, what the fuck? So what if there's, like, you can date a guy on the show? Like, gay people existed in the fucking medieval era. And I'm like, exactly. And he's like, but why the fuck are these people, like, screaming that this is politicized? And I'm like, exactly. There you go. There you go. You're getting the point. So what I'm saying basically is that they're so overstepping. I agree with Cavernacle absolutely, that normies, like my friend, are starting to realize that they've been sucked into a thing that makes absolutely no fucking sense, right? And then it repeated with Assassin's Creed, and he was like, yeah, I'm done interacting with anybody that uses the term as they're politicizing my game. He got the point. And the only reason he got the point is, again, what Cavernacle said, because they overexerted. They are too weird in 4K on their main accounts, right? They started posting weird shit on their main accounts, basically. I live in Japan, and none of the normal people in my daily life ever even heard of that controversy online. Absolutely. I can absolutely see it. These weird Japanophiles think they're defending Japan from the wokes. It's hilarious.
Opera browser also, like, roasting Grums as well. And recently, with the Assassin's Creed Shadow stuff, even Ubisoft was roasting Grums and Elon Musk because...
Your friend is the Russian moist critical. Literally, he is the Russian moist critical, and he's also as yoked as moist critical. That guy is so fucking yoked. I'm so jealous.
Stuff. Even Ubisoft was roasting Grums and Elon Musk because to general people, even if you might have more conservative politics, they've just become such crybabies and so lame that even associating with them to a lot of people just seems so embarrassing, even if you might be more conservatively inclined. Especially when they've been going mental about Assassin's Creed Shadows for months. And then it comes out, everyone likes it, and loads of people like Yasuke. And when you actually play the game for 2 seconds, how they contextualize him makes all the sense in the world. And it just seems like very natural to the story that this guy who actually existed, that's another point to that as well, how he's introduced. So people just play the game and they see that and they're like, oh, like, was I actually meant to be mad about this? This is the wokeness, this real historical figure who's a slave brought to Japan and then like adopted by this powerful warlord and made into a samurai, where you get to play through his training and see all the stuff he goes through. That's meant to be like anti-Japanese hatred and stuff like that, when I'm also playing most of the start of the game as a Japanese woman as well. So I think a lot of people just see the logic is not holding up, and how increasingly like this little community of nerds is...
He's correct, but it's not just like that the logic is not holding up. They're being too weird on main, bro. They're being far too weird on main, and people don't want to be associated with basement dwellers that scream. At least not the normies, you know, the reactionary guy whose whole identity revolves around video games, he's going to stay. But that's not the majority of the viewership.
Is becoming an echo chamber in itself. Now, yes, of course we see the real political effects of like Donald Trump and all this anti-woke shit in the real government. At the same time, in terms of this more niche side of like specifically nerd media, it seems like it's becoming increasingly irrelevant in these previously relevant communities, be that like Grums fans on Twitter, or The Quartering, or Geeks and Gamers. So I feel like as well, as the world gets worse and worse, and you're seeing this now, people are like, oh, they ended wokeness and then all the planes started crashing. They ended wokeness and now there might be a recession. People are now kind of realizing the class angle as well, where a lot of these people are making a lot of money out of their outrage, and they're promoting these people. Like the Quartering's tweet recently telling people, you know, you don't need to buy stuff and it's all going to be fine, right? If you are a conservative gamer who can't afford their rent and groceries, are you going to like a guy who's made so much money off your viewership to be telling you that? I don't think so. And I think a lot of people are just going to become increasingly sick of this outrage when there's real world issues to deal with as well, like climate apocalypse, but also just right now in America, what they're dealing with under Trump. You can't ignore it, because that's the thing with Donald Trump. It affects your life so directly, you can't ignore it. Him and Elon Musk. And I'm going to make a video on this soon. I wanted to make it like next week, but I'm going away. Donald Trump is Leto II, the God Emperor from Dune. And Frank Herbert would probably be happy with what Donald Trump's doing right now. Not for the reasons you think. But that's a video coming up for later. But let me know what you guys think.
Thank you, Cavernacle. Whoever's not subscribed, please go and do so right now. The link is pinned in chat. Lovely. Yeah. I mean, the main point, the main takeaway for those of you who join a little bit later is that basically they, number one, are too weird, too constantly, and posting weird shit on main. So people are distancing themselves, normies are distancing themselves from them because it's hella fucking cringe. And number two is they're suffering from their own success because they've radicalized certain people so much that just talking about their favorite commodity, aka games, is no longer spicy enough for their audience. They want more, I don't know, conversation about the blacks and the Jews or whatever the shit. And now we move on to the full recap with my boy Gary, a finance bro turned soft comrade. He's a big finance person, so he should be able to give us a stronger insight into what happened. My opinion on what happened, I believe I've shared plenty of fucking times. But now with the most recent update, it's basically this. I will tariff everyone. I will not tariff everyone. I will tariff everyone. You can actually negotiate to remove the tariffs. I will tariff everyone. I announce a 90-day break in the tariffs. I will tariff everyone and get tech companies back in the US. I announce an exclusion in the tariffs for electronics. Nothing ever happens. I was very happy back here. My anti-imperialist arc sometimes shows a bit more than it should. I shouldn't post this shit on main. I was like, do it when it comes to the China sanctions, because in the long term that will greatly destabilize America's overarching influence all over the world. And I literally posted, nothing ever happens, guys, shitting his pants right now. But I tend to lose to Nothing Ever Happens guy with great intensity, because Nothing Ever Happens guy came and broke my back in not the most nice of ways. Also, Yugoslavia in the thing. Now, yes, this week, Trump nearly crashed the world economy. Nothing ever happens, guys. Snipped my peener. No, not my peener. Oh, why did you do the chair thing, Gary? You're better than the chair thing, guy.
Okay.
Oh, no, not the chair guy. What do people call this? They call it the millennial start or something. The millennial start, when you don't immediately start the video and start talking, but you like slowly come and sit on a chair, like pull a chair in and stuff.
Okay. I've got to be honest.
What? I always knew he was hiding his fucking power levels. I always knew he was hiding his fucking power levels. I always knew he was fucking hiding his power levels. And some of you might think I'm overthinking. I am not. 100% of hardcore Disco Elysium fans, and you have to be a hardcore Disco Elysium fan to have a fucking hoodie referencing the fucking, you know, the place where the game develops. 100% of hardcore Disco Elysium fans are fucking commies, okay? Or anarchists. All of them. So Gary is hiding his power levels. I fucking called it, bro. Fucking called it.
I didn't really want to do this video this week. We've had a very busy 3 months on the channel. I've been working a bit too hard.
Wait, what the fuck is this supposed to mean? Okay, so for normal people in chat, I guess, there's a game called Disco Elysium, a game with the best politics of all time, also an incredible piece of art, written brilliantly. In a way, a meta-commentary on capitalism, because it ended up being subsumed by the market, because, you know, they realized that they can make a lot of money out of it, so they got rid of all the people that made the game as beautiful as it is. And now they're developing it without the original team. Very funny. You create a class-conscious piece of art, and then the class that's getting criticized comes and fucks up your shit. The writing doesn't get better than that. But IRL writing doesn't get better than that. But yeah, it's a reference to the game, and people that all the time reference the game are not insufferable, because you cannot call me insufferable in my own chat, motherfucker. I'm kidding. Sometimes we are. The only people who are more like the next level of insufferable are New Vegas heads, and I'm a massive New Vegas head, okay? But there I agree. New Vegas community sometimes insufferable. Disco Elysium always very chill. Always very chill. Sometimes, yeah. That's transphobic. What did I do? Shit.
We're just getting
Hmm.
ready, if I'm totally honest, to wind things down, and I was hoping to take a little holiday, but obviously the world's gone totally mad in the last week or so. So, against my better judgment...
Do you think you'll play Disco Elysium on stream eventually? Maybe. Maybe if we're like gathering money for something or something, that would be cool. It's just... I've finished Disco Elysium twice. I scum save like crazy. I can't play Disco without scum saving. I'm not... I don't like losing, so I scum save, and you guys will move my ass too fucking much. You will shit talk me to oblivion. You will bully me to death. So I'm afraid of doing that. And what the fuck, y'all? You're already like, what the fuck? Fallout New Vegas, I could do. I'm OP in Fallout New Vegas. I'm incredibly OP. Safe scumming is legitimate. It's valid. Oh, thank you. Money for Gary Bowles' wife's husband. Kim, give me your gun.
We are going to do a video on tariffs.
Kuna!
Okay, so the first thing I want to say is, usually, well, always, I do these videos with no script. And my philosophy basically is, if you really, really understand a thing really well, you don't need a script. You can just...
That is why streamers on top, streamers on top. Streamers on top.
Just come on, explain the thing as clearly as possible, and that will be the best way to educate.
Yo, can we do a quick side quest? What's the side quest, Toasty?
Okay, an audience. So before the videos, I don't write a script. I spend most of my time thinking about and talking about and researching the thing I'm going to discuss in the aim of basically getting the clearest understanding on that thing. And I've spent the last week, as have most economists.
Let's read Disco Elysium Steam reviews. Can I even open that? Steam reviews. How do you open this? How do you even read? I'm exposing myself as not real gamer because I'm a console motherfucker. Wait, you click on okay, like this. Okay, I think I found it. Sure, that sounds fun. Not recommended. This is my favorite game. The writing and world building are a cut above the rest. But do not give your money to the people that stole from us the chance for a sequel made by the original developers. Pirate this game. Holy shit, bro. Holy shit. Don't dox yourself. Am I doxing myself? I don't think I'm doxing myself. I try not to dox myself. This game is absolutely phenomenal. One of the best games I've ever played. It oozes with passion. The art is inspired. The writing is witty and fun. The world building is dense and thoughtful. The music is wonderful. Wait, I want to see the negative reviews. This is are there negative reviews? How do I... Is there a way to filter for bad reviews? Browse all, and then English most helpful, funny, all, negative only. Okay, I think I found it. Okay, let's see. Let's see the negative ones. Let's see the negative ones. Shall we? Great game, horrible new publisher who stole the IP. Fuck yeah. As many have said before, do not buy this game even if they sell it for a dime. A group of investors, parasites, screw the minds behind this game. So what you pay for this game is not going to go to their rightful owners, man. Find a Disco Elysium guy that is not a commie. This is my favorite game. The writing and world building are a cut above the rest, but do not give your money to the people that stole from us a chance for a sequel. The game is good, but the original creators got screwed over. This game is a work of art. It should absolutely be played by everyone. However, I cannot recommend people officially buy it. This game is incredible, life-changing, absolutely an 11 out of 10 experience. The original devs do not make money from this game anymore as they are cut from the company. This is art. All of them. This is so good. It is the best game I've ever played. I love it. Everything is amazing here from the OST to the story. But do not sponsor Zoom corporates. This is a phenomenal game. One of the most incredible and passionate stories you will ever play in RPG. And this is one of the generate blah, blah, blah. But do not buy it. This game is 10 out of 10. It's an absolute masterpiece. However, I'm leaving this negative review because I stumbled upon some concerning blog posts years after buying this game. I'll explain why you shouldn't buy the game. An amazing game and one I highly recommend all to play, but I'm leaving this negative because you shouldn't buy the game here or in any legitimate way from the game studio who fired the original creators and stole this game. Fuck yeah, man. Sometimes humans do be cool. Sometimes humans do be cool. Sort by least helpful. Let's see. Most helpful. I don't think it doesn't have an option. Most helpful, most helpful, most helpful. I can scroll by funny. Worst game I ever bought, not a game for shooter and an action gamer. Don't recommend for people who want to get into a game quickly like me. This is a really slow game. 0.8 hours, 1.2 hours. Too French. 7 thumbs down. I've been playing this game for 5 entire minutes and not one single person has exploded. I haven't chainsawed someone in half or anything. Half of the screen is covered in letters. I'm gonna go play Doom. This game is not for all tastes. It came highly recommended and is well made, but I'm not really its audience. It's the best game I ever played. I love it. Everything is amazing. Yeah, and then the other ones start. I saw the trailer and read reviews, and I thought this is it. The RPG we waited for, open world, etc., etc. Not open world. Dialogues, no dialogues. Dude, you missed the... Dude, 17 hours, of course. Is there a search option? Yeah, to be expected. But still cool to see just how many people protect the developers. That is very cool. The same way you should protect me against advertising and yourself, because an ad is going to play in the next 5 minutes. Avoid that ad like the plague that it is, and subscribe to YugopnikTwitch to keep us completely ad-free for $6 a month, or for free through Prime, so we can continue doing what we do. We are not like Zaum. We do not sell out. Or gift and Oil Me Up, which will help other chatters avoid ads as well, while making the show as sustainable as possible. The only valid criticism against Disco Elysium 2 French, absolutely. Ad would have played in 4 minutes and 45 seconds if we were not an adless show, very proudly, because of our sustainable subscription base. Now, let's continue.
In the world, talking to people about the...
Thank you, Anne, as always, for a very, very cool side project. That was very cool. And thank you, Montana Flyer, for the Prime sub. I don't know why... Okay, it's making music. Thank you very much, Montana.
The Trump tariffs and the absolute madness we've been seeing in the last week, trying to figure it out. And basically, everybody is losing their minds. It's really, really difficult. It's really difficult just to get like unbiased opinions. Everyone is like a lot of people, especially outside America, really, really, really hate Donald.
I know some of the people that worked on Disco Elysium. I'll try and get them on the show when it's closer to their new project that they're developing. I'm gonna get. She's very cool. One of the people that worked on the game. Zoom didn't really sell out. Sorry, bad English. Yeah, it's more of an alien capitalist camera bursting out of its chest. Absolutely. For bad phrasing. Zoom did not sell out. They got capitalismed. They got capitalisms. Did not sell out. Wrong phrasing. Very wrong phrasing.
Trump.
But yeah, I'll get one of the devs on the show. I promise. I'll force her with a gun.
And think he's like insane. Some people really...
And then just talk in Serbo-Croatian, so none of you understand shit.
Really love him and think he's a genius. There's a lot of discussion as to whether he's even the brains behind this. Is there some kind of massive plan? Is it just like a massive fuck up? And I've been fishing through this as just like everybody else, trying to understand it. I'd be lying to you if I said I have the 100% complete truth on what's happening.
My friend went to one of Gary's live sessions and asked him whether he read Marx. Gary's response was, for strategic reasons, I refuse to answer the question. Make of that what you will. Yeah, he's hiding his power levels. He's trying to do pragmatic, acceptable, short-term stuff. As a big funnel guy, he does great work because he doesn't shit talk more radical approaches to anti-capitalism, but he introduces people very specifically. What I like a lot, he introduces to the aggressive part of class consciousness, which is it's them versus us, really focusing on how much of a leech the 0.1% subcategory of the capitalist class is. And I think that's a very, very nice introductory, very, very chill type of approach. So he's a stealth tavarish. He is. Gary's cool. And I think that's one of the main reasons why I didn't manage to get him on the D program. So I was talking to the agent and so on, and we were right there, but I started getting ghosted. And that's probably the reason, which I understand. I completely understand.
I've been thinking about it a lot. I've been trying my best to understand it. And I think the best thing to do, and what I'm going to try to do today, is really slow it down, really unwind it, and just try to explain in as basic possible terms what I think is happening, where I think it's relevant. I'll give other opinions. And what I want to do is use this crazy thing that's happened as an opportunity to unpack some important basic economic concepts which I think will help you to understand what is happening in the world. So before I do...
Yorok, thanks Vato. Oh, thank you Vato. Thank you for the 15 months, brother.
Do that, I just want to refer back to the video that I did about 10 weeks ago when my book came out, which was also when Trump was inaugurated, called Truth, Lies and Games, where I spoke about how powerful people... and
someone needs to make server creation brain rot just so I can send it to you on your streams. Oh, there's a lot, my friend.
Like a really good example of this is Donald Trump, because we could already see it in his first presidency. They say a lot of things and they do a lot of things that are intended to cause effect that may not necessarily be related to what they actually want or what they actually believe. And it can be quite destabilizing as an ordinary person to witness that, because you're in a situation where you have these very powerful people who have a lot of power over you saying things and doing things which they very, very quickly turn back on, which it seems that they were maybe never really serious about, which it seems were not really what they were going to do. And you're getting all of these conflicting, disorientating...
Does using points make money? No, my friend. Thank you, though.
Messages. And
I need to figure out a way for you guys to be able to use points, because I feel like there's just like multi-millionaires worth of points in my chat, because there's no real way to use them. We'll get to that at some point.
First thing to say is I think it is really phenomenally stressful for a lot of people. And even I myself, who am, quite a rich person, and I'm not likely to be severely personally affected by anything that's happening, I found it stressful. The economists that I speak to, who are also mostly quite rich people, comfortable people, have found it stressful. So this has probably been quite stressful for you. And some of the potential consequences of what's happened could be very serious. So one of the reasons why I want to kind of slow it down and try my best to use it to do like a really educational video is because I think it's important to try not to panic, basically. I know it can be difficult when all kinds of things are going on, but if you understand it, I think it's less stressful. So today we're going to try my best to go slowly, explain and educate. This is a decaf, which is hopefully going to keep me going slow. Okay, so let's give a brief summary of what actually happened. So I'm filming this on Thursday, the 10th of April. It's lucky we didn't film this yesterday. And we're going to go out on Sunday, so in 3 days' time. This is a live and moving situation, and it's totally possible that by the time this video comes out, everything's changed. But at this point on Thursday, things do seem to have finally calmed down. Donald Trump has backtracked on the majority of the tariffs. Markets have calmed. So hopefully this will still be live and active and relevant by the time
well, it's semi-is, but I respect it.
Time the video comes out. So let's talk a little bit first about the background to this situation. Well, you guys will probably know that in the last week Trump announced like a kind of insane, massive package of deficit is. Because this is a big part of the logic, the theory underpinning the tariffs. Okay, so trade deficits. Really important concept in economics, not too difficult to explain. So say we've got two countries. Here we've got the USA.
Come on, my chat is too smart for this. My chat already knows all of this shit.
Here we've got China, but to be honest, I could really put anywhere in Asia, much of the world. Now, the USA and China are both independent economies, both doing their thing, producing goods and services, consuming, investing, but they're also trading with each other. So the USA is selling goods and services to China. From the USA's perspective, these are exports. And China is selling goods and services to the USA. From the USA's perspective, these are imports.
Leftist graphs. Leftist graphs. from earlier in the stream. Look at my art, okay? Leftist audio and leftist graphs. We have improved in the audio department, but I believe in order to avoid reactionary tendencies and corporatization of the wider left, graphs must remain shit.
It's not a problem. This is the way the world works. But one problem you have here is the USA is a rich country and wages are quite high. If you've ever been to the USA, especially in the last few years, you will see that the USA is expensive. It's much more expensive than really anywhere else in the world at the moment. China.
Wow, you think so? Maybe. I've been to a lot of fucking countries. But yeah, I can't. Switzerland. The only place that's more expensive than like New York or some shit. So yeah. But Switzerland is its own category.
China it's becoming richer, but especially if we talk about other Asian countries, this is a much poorer country. If you go to China or Southeast Asia.
But salaries in Switzerland are like ridiculously fucking high, like incomparable to the States. So yes, the States are much more expensive for an American, I'm not talking a tourist, than Switzerland is for Swiss people.
Prices are lower, wages are lower. And what that means is it's difficult for Asian people to buy a lot of exports from USA because these exports are expensive. Whereas Americans are getting richer and richer. The dollar is quite expensive, especially since COVID. These guys can buy a lot.
On average.
So the amount going from China to the USA is a lot more than the amount going from USA to China. What you have here is a trade imbalance. And from the USA's perspective, it is a trade deficit. Now, how is this balanced out? How is this possible? The answer is really quite simple, and it's just the same as if I was buying from you more than you were buying from me. The way that we would balance this out is I would give you money. Basically, you have to give some form of wealth. And what economists call this is the capital account. So they will say, if you have a trade imbalance, you will have to balance out with the capital account. But to be honest, I wouldn't worry about this economics term. I would say you balance this out with flows of wealth. And the reason I want to use the term flows of wealth is because this is a term which I use a lot on the channel. Now, if you have been watching the channel for a long time, you will know that I'm very worried about flows of wealth in our society. I talk a lot about how the working class and the middle class and the government have lost their wealth over time to the super rich who have gotten richer and richer and richer. And really, what's happening here is in some senses a similar concept. China is sending a lot of imports to the USA. USA is not sending so much exports.
We are at 1.25.
And as a result, what you're getting...
beautiful TikTok brain motherfuckers.
...is a flow of wealth. And
which I am as well.
This can take the form of actual literal assets in the USA being owned by China, or more commonly, it's taken the form...
Wait, I can let me, I'll help you be able to process like much faster. That's going to be my purpose in the next minute, okay? Let's make Gary more acceptable to your Zoomer and Alpha brains, okay? Let's start.
Of debt. And this is really the same here. It's really the same. You've seen the working class lose their assets and going into debt. You've seen the middle class losing assets and going into debt. You've seen the government losing their assets and going into debt. And it's the same thing here. The USA is increasingly in debt to China because it has this trade imbalance. And I was actually thinking about making a video talking about this for a long time, because this idea that I talk about at the bottom of wealth flowing within society away from the working class, the middle class, the government to the super rich is really mirrored in this idea that economists have about trade deficits. And it's interesting that economists are willing to talk about and discuss wealth flowing out of the USA, and in fact make kind of semi-insane policies, as we've seen last week, but they're never talking about wealth flowing away from the working class, away from the middle class, away from the government. But that said, this is an important problem. You know, if wealth is flowing out of the USA, you might see, for example, less factories being built in the USA. Factories instead are being built in China, in Asia. And that might cause problems such as low wages, and that might cause problems such as unemployment in the US. So the first thing I want to say is, the idea behind tariffs to reduce the US trade deficit is not necessarily a bad idea, and it's addressing a real problem, which is, you know, not a lot of good quality jobs in the US, low wages in the US, especially for the poor. And we've seen the same problems in the UK, seeing the same problems in most of Europe, but not all of Europe. So the first thing to say is trade deficits, interesting idea. Wealth is flowing away from the US in the same way it's flowing away from ordinary people.
What the hell?
And their plan to address this,
I'm DJing class consciousness,
is to bring tariffs in. And tariffs, it's kind of the obvious solution.
Wrong answer.
Right? You want to get rid of some of these imports, and then you want to get rid of the flows of wealth. That's what you're hoping to do. You want to stop importing so much. You want to start producing it domestically. You want to create jobs in your country, and you want to stop wealth flooding out of the country. And their whole plan to do that is to raise tariffs and use those tariffs to reduce income taxes. And as soon as you hear that, you can see immediately, wow, from what in politics or media we would call a comms perspective, a communication perspective, that is such a sexy sounding policy. You can tax foreigners, f***ing foreigners, we all hate foreigners, foreigners are super unpopular nowadays, and you can use it to reduce good f***ing foreigners, we all hate foreigners, foreigners are super unpopular nowadays.
What the hell?
And you can use it to reduce good old-fashioned income tax, we all hate income tax, and give that money back to red, white and blue-blooded real Americans. Fantastic, sexy policy. The problem with that is that tariffs are a regressive tax. And in order to understand this problem, we are going to have to now explain regressive taxation. Okay, so regressive taxation is a commonly understood term in economics. I don't think I've used this term on the channel before, but it's important to understand, especially if you want to understand tariffs. So how do we explain it? So the first thing is, I think the best way to explain it is to start off by explaining what proportional taxation is.
How about no?
So proportional taxation is basically the concept which is actually getting quite popular nowadays in some of the alt-right. The idea of a flat tax, which means everybody pays tax at the exact same rate as a percentage of their income. So let's say we had a flat tax of 20%. If you made £10,000 income, you would pay just £2,000 tax. If you made £1 million income, you would pay £200,000 tax. In every case,
I hope you're enjoying this because I'm really enjoying this.
paying 20%. If you are having more income, you are paying more tax, but your tax as a percentage of your income is staying totally the same. So if we were to put this on a graph, where this is your income, and this is your tax rate as a percentage of your income, it's going to be just totally a flat line here at 20%. Very, very simple. Proportional taxation. But in general, we don't use proportional taxation. And I think you can see the reason why when you look back at this. So imagine if you're making only £10,000. £10,000 is a very low income. If you're making £10,000, you're probably going to struggle just to pay the bills, just to pay the rent. So if we tax you £2,000, you're probably not going to have that £2,000. If your income is £10,000, you're going to spend all of that money on basic essentials and your disposable income will be nothing. So it's going to be basically impossible to tax poor people at the same rate as rich people because poor people will literally starve.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Become homeless. They will not be able to pay the bills. So we choose generally in Western societies, including the US, including the UK, to use what we call progressive taxation.
How about no?
And progressive taxation is, we all know a form of progressive taxation, which is income tax. So income tax in the UK, in the US, in Europe is a progressive tax. What that means is you pay a higher rate the more you earn. So I'm going to round these numbers to make them a little bit simpler. In the UK, up to £12,000, you pay 0%. And this kind of makes sense because even if you're earning £12,000, that is basically not enough to live on in this country. So you don't have any money. We shouldn't be taxing you. It would be absurd. You would starve. So we're not paying any tax up to £12,000. Then from 12,000 up to 50,000, you are paying 20%. I want to make it clear because this is a common misconception. That 20% only applies to the amount above £12,000. So it's not like once you go above £12,000, you're suddenly paying 20% on everything. So that means as your income goes up, your effective tax rate will gradually move away from 0% towards 20% as you go from 12 to 50. So the more you earn, the higher rate you're paying, and it's gradually increasing. Then, on amounts of 50, terrible handwriting here.
This is transformative content.
To 125. I got in a lot of trouble at school, my bad handwriting. Then you're paying 40%, and again, you only pay 40% on above that 50, and we have an extra rate for 125 plus, which is 45%. So what this means is because these gradually step up on the only amounts above, you end up with a graph that looks kind of like this. Here's your
Thank you, Bionic Broccoli, for the sub for this incredibly transformative content.
Income.
I completely agree with everything you're saying. Is like this is all of you should know this. If you do not know this, you should feel bad and you should listen. I will help you process in your Zoomer brains.
Here is your tax rate. It's 0 until £12,000. Then it starts to go up to like 20%. Then it starts to go up a bit more. It kind of looks like this. You have this kind of stepped graph, and it will never go above 45%. Over time, you'll get close to 45%, this kind of. So the higher, that's an extremely messy line. But as you can see, the more income you make, the higher your tax rate. It's never less than 0, obviously, and it never reaches more than 45%. This is a progressive tax rate, and what this means is that the tax burden falls increasingly on the people who can afford to pay it, and you're not charging tax to people who can't afford to pay it, and this means that people don't die of starvation, they don't become homeless, and it means that tax is being paid by richer people who can afford to pay tax. And this is why we have progressive taxation, and progressive taxation is the reason why we have a middle class, and the reason why your kids can go to school in this country and they can't go to school in a lot of countries in the poor world, because we have progressive taxation. This is a good form of taxation in the opinion of me and most economists. So once you've got progressive taxation and proportional taxation, there is one other form of taxation, which tariffs are, and that is regressive taxation. So let's cover that. Okay, so what is regressive taxation? So in this country, we have a well-known form of regressive taxation, which is
no taxation at all. You just go to another country.
The council tax. So council tax, for those who are not in the UK, is basic tax you pay for living in home, which pretty much everybody has to do. And when it was originally introduced, the idea was that more expensive homes paid more, but they've kind of messed about with it over time, and it's ended up in a place where kind of everybody pays like almost a similar amount.
Why are you running?
That is a simplification, but for the purpose of explaining what regressive taxation is, let's assume that what council tax is everybody pays £2,000 a year. Everybody pays £2,000 a year. Doesn't matter what your income is. So you might see, oh, everybody pays the same. It's fantastic. That's like really, really fair. Everybody pays the same. But the problem is, even if your income is £2,000 a year, you pay £2,000 a year. And even if your income is £2 million a year, you're paying £2,000 a year. So the poorest people in the country are paying 100% of their income, and the richest people in the country are paying, that's going to be 0.1%. So a regressive tax is like this. It taxes the poor at an extremely high rate, and it taxes the rich at an extremely low rate. So if we were to draw that as a graph, here is your income. Your council tax rate is actually, as your income goes to 0, it becomes like infinite. So it's going to be this kind of classic, what in maths we call a parabolic graph. The poorer you are, the higher your tax rate. And these are bad. This is bad because it means that the tax burden is falling overwhelmingly on the poor and the very poor. So why are tariffs a regressive tax? The answer is,
God, my council tax was so insane at one point because I lived in a flat that must have been a nice street at one point, but all the homes were divided up into a million tiny flats, so they wanted 3 times my rent off me for council tax alone. Yeah, I had to apply for relief and explain I was a student. That's interesting. Because usually what they use council tax for when they increase it in particular is when wealthy people are moving into the neighborhood, they want you out. They want everyone that cannot afford it to get the fuck out. So they increase council tax in order to get you out. Sometimes it's council tax in countries that are more, purely free market. It's just, upkeep tax goes up, etc., etc. Thank you, Chonky Gerga. Thank you very much for the sub, and thank you, Gabriel. I will pay you small money if you lay off the ADHD clicky board a bit, please. Come on, Gabriel, you're a fellow unk like myself. We do not get it, but the children must learn, and the ADHD must be satisfied. So thank you, but
I'm Hitler's top guy.
Income tax taxes you on your income, but tariffs are a tax that taxes you on what you buy. So actually, we have these kinds of taxes already, which you'll be familiar with. We have in the UK, we have VAT, and we have in the US sales tax. These are consumption taxes instead of income taxes. Now, you might think, well, that's not such a big deal because rich people consume more.
No.
People spend more money, so rich people will pay more in consumption taxes. And that is true. The problem is something that we've spoken about a number of times on this channel, which that rich people have a low marginal propensity to consume. I don't know why I always write in capitals on this channel. In real life, I do use lowercase letters. So what this means is...
It's teacher brain.
So if we consider poor people, probably shouldn't, people who have a lower income, they don't have much money, it's hard to live, they spend basically everything they get. Whereas if you consider somebody like, I've often used Rishi Sunak as an example, or Elon Musk, somebody who has a passive income of 20, 30 million, 50 million, a billion pounds a year, they can't spend hardly any of that. So the bigger your income, the lower you spend as a proportion of your income. So if we put spending here...
Can I get a shotgun noise, please? Thank you very much, Matt, for the 2 months. I'll get one. Fuck yeah.
And income here. Somebody who spent all of their income would always be on this straight line. Their income is exactly equal to their spending.
It's basically like this.
But in real life, the richer you get, the less and less of your income you spend. So these lines kind of separate. So what this means is, rich people spend a very low percentage of their income. Poor people spend a very high percentage of their income. So if we tax people based on their spending, rather than their income, then the richest people will get taxed at the lowest rate. So what this means is, tariffs, and VAT, and sales taxes are all regressive taxes, which means...
I agree completely.
They fall overwhelmingly on the poor. So if your plan is to replace income tax with tariffs or VAT or sales tax, then you are taking money away from the poorest people in your society because they have the highest rate of spending, and you are giving that money to the richest people in your society because they have the highest income. So a shift away from income tax to tariffs is like increasing VAT, it's like increasing sales taxes. It will hurt the poorest, and the way they will see that pain is not money being taken out of their pay packet, which is what people are used to seeing. They will see it in higher prices, otherwise known as inflation. All right, so those are the basic concepts you need to understand what's happened.
There you go, guys. Did you get them? Did you understand them? Are you a this or are you a this?
And now let's talk about the implementation.
TLDR, a capitalist market economy, finds multiple ways to offload the burden of existence to working people instead of large capitalists that are already large capitalists because they are profiting off of the burden of your labor.
Okay, so we had been expecting the US government and the Donald Trump government to be doing something on tariffs for some time. And they finally came out with the actual policy on, I believe it was Thursday last week. They brought out this board. Maybe you flash up a picture. You've probably all seen it. They brought out this little cardboard thing that listed the tariffs that they were going to be implementing. And the highest rates were overwhelmingly applied to basically some of the poorest countries in the entire world. The highest rates were on places like Cambodia and Laos in Southeast Asia, which are very poor countries, places like Vietnam, on places like Lesotho, which is a tiny poor country in South Africa, places like Bangladesh. And
what we're now calling the AI list, exactly.
The reason why the rates were highest on these countries is because they basically chose to apply the highest rates to the countries which had the biggest trade surpluses with the US. So as we've explained, it's quite normal in a capitalist world for very rich countries to have quite big trade deficits with very poor countries, because poor countries cannot afford to buy almost any American things because America is a very high wage economy internationally, whereas the high wage workers in America can afford to buy a lot from, for example, Cambodia, which is a very poor country. What they called these, and what people were expecting, was they called these reciprocal tariffs. People were expecting Trump to target primarily countries which had high tariffs on the US, but instead they chose to target countries which had very high trade surpluses with the US, which meant targeting basically some of the poorest countries in the entire world, which is kind of insane, basically. The reason, take Cambodia, which is a very poor country with phenomenally high levels of poverty, which has, similarly to other countries like Bangladesh, basically built up an industry of sweatshops, extremely low wage, low working condition factories where people often working in pretty bad conditions make extremely cheap clothes to export to the United States. If you tax these countries, what you are doing is applying a very heavy tax on the goods produced by some of the poorest people in the world, who produce very cheap clothes to be consumed by the poorest people in your country, in a theoretical attempt to move the worst jobs in the world back to your country.
And that is the political theater that is applied domestically. The long-term imperial project, if the tariffs do come back, is to force these already very destabilized, weak economies that greatly rely on their American output and on jobs created by American foreign capital, to give up certain other parts of their sovereignty as a way to make the Americans remove the tariffs. Basically, instead of a gun, instead of boots on the ground, you use the fact that you are the world's largest consumer economy in order to force them into, opening bases, stopping all sorts of economic or diplomatic interactions with your imperial enemy, the People's Republic of China, etc., etc. So that, you milk every single drop of influence that you can exert over their country through said tariff warfare, basically economic warfare.
It doesn't make really any sense, and in doing that,
Hey Hugo, I'm a very active chatter currently, but I'm very curious as to when you started seeing me in your streams for the first time. I know how long I've been here for, but I'm very as to when you first started noticing me. Well, come on, chatter. Are you really doing the notice me thing? I noticed you when you were sending me links about songs and different documentaries that you wanted us to watch, and when you asked me about what to do in school. You're a very respectable fellow chatter, and thank you for spending your time with us. But if you are spending your time with us instead of studying, then study more or something. I'm trying to be a good unk here.
Trump has backed out on these tariffs now.
And again, I only stream 3 times a week, so it's not like I'm literally killing this very, very kind child's, not young adults, I apologize, academic prospects.
This would have killed people in Cambodia. There is no question about it. The country has basically built up an industry based on exporting to the US, exporting these very cheap clothes to the US. If those factories had been forced to suddenly close down, there would have been a lot of deaths of poverty, of starvation in Cambodia. It would have caused, not just Cambodia, in Laos, in Bangladesh, it would have caused really phenomenal humanitarian economic crises in those countries. But even if you ignore...
I can't believe Yugopnik would literally murder a child.
What it would do...
Yugopnik, famous child murderer. Murder the children!
...to the poor in some of the poorest parts of the world. What you gain from it is driving up the costs of the cheapest clothes in your country, which are an essential good for the poorest people in your country, in a theoretical attempt to bring sweatshops back to the USA. It didn't make any sense, and you're also targeting...
I immediately, the second it was happening, I agree completely with him. The second it started happening, because unironically, he is saying something that is not the mainstream kind of hot take. You do know that if this brings production back to the States, somehow, lol, which I doubt in general, in order for all the treats Americans are hooked on to remain affordable, domestic labor costs would have to massively go down. TLDR, you have to significantly cut salaries of those working in U.S. production. To use nerd terms, by not feeding off of the hyper-exploited labor of the third world, the American labor aristocracy will have to be de-aristocrated. Capitalists will always get their sweatshops. They'll just be in-house domestic now. So let's hear what he said.
Driving up the costs of the cheapest clothes in your country, which are an essential good for the poorest people in your country, in a theoretical attempt to bring sweatshops back to the USA. It didn't make any...
Come on. Confirmed. Gary is Yugopnik pre-watcher.
sense. And you're also...
The burden of being right all the time. Dude.
Targeting countries here, like Laos, like Cambodia, which are right next to China.
Pre-watch how? This video released while I started streaming, motherfucker. How did I pre-posted? How did I pre-posted? I posted this 10 days ago. How did I? Sorry, that is the main thing that triggers me because you know how difficult it is for my ass to not pre-watch. It is so fucking difficult. My life would be so fucking easy if I pre-watched. And then you motherfuckers come into my house and you call me a dirty pre-watchnik, son of a bitch.
Laos shares a border with China. Cambodia is very close. Basically, you are attacking.
I'm going to start out whipping out the ban hammer for the first time.
The key potential strategic allies who are immediately next to your key long-term political, military, economic, strategic rival in China, in what appears to be an attempt just to drive people both outside and inside your country, the poorest people outside and inside your country, into poverty. It was, whatever you think of tariffs, and I don't think tariffs are necessarily a bad policy, the implementation was totally insane. I think, and this started a long discussion. And
Thank you very much, Summer Nicolex, for the sub, my friend. Thank you very much. You see? Real people like Summer over here recognize true non-pre-watchniks. What's this clip? I can't believe Yugopnik would literally murder a child.
What it would do?
Yugopnik, famous child murderer. Murder the children!
To the poor.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God, but is that... Twitch admin watching this. Context, come on. I'm not calling for the murder of children. Seriously, there's no context in which that is not understood as a joke. I'm seeing you and I agree with you. I feel you, Twitch mod reviewing this clip, but come on. I'm making my case and I think my case is solid.
And I've been having this discussion quite a lot with people in the last week or so. I thought that what you saw there was low competence implementation.
Hugo IDF confirmed.
A lot of people don't like to believe that. A lot of people like to believe that the US government is high competence, and I would like to believe that as well. So some people were saying, basically, I can't think, and nobody can think of an economic rationale for attacking Cambodia economically, and for attacking Bangladesh economically, and attacking, they even raised tariffs significantly on Taiwan and Japan and South Korea, who again, these guys have been, for a long period of time, US's key strategic allies against China in the region. But at least in some of those cases, you can say, Japan does have high value added, like good job manufacturing, which you might want to move back to the US. I couldn't really see any logic at all in attacking Cambodia and Laos. And I was saying to people, I think this shows basically low competence. And people would say, well, the argument against that was that, well, actually...
So yeah, I completely agree with Gary, but he unironically is missing the imperialist point of not really using it to get jobs back to the United States, but to use large accumulated capital and the massive consumer demographic of the United States. And number three, foreign American capital, aka companies opening offices and opening factories in your own country, as a economic gun pressed against the forehead of the governments of these particular places in order to force them to come groveling and fucking begging in the White House for the tariffs to be released in return for this or that American policy to be imposed on the country. From military to diplomatic to their, most importantly, in my opinion, their relationship to the PRC.
Actually,
he's completely right. I'm just adding that on top. I think that is that I unironically will die on this hill. I think that was the main idea behind the general tax on every single fucking tariff on every single fucking country.
We know it's stupid to attack Cambodia and Laos, but the reason they're doing that is because if you attack unbelievably,
of course, the value of the dollar, etc.,
aggressively, like if these tariffs had gone in, I don't think you can overestimate the scale of the economic disaster it would have caused in Cambodia and Laos. If you attack these extremely poor and weak countries aggressively,
if you hardcore sanction everyone, then you sanctions yourselves to get fucked. Yeah,
you will force them
weaponized IMF poverty. Yes, and they've weaponized the World Bank and IMF for fucking for us at this point. It's going to become a century soon. Jesus Christ, chat, we're fucking old. But the tariffs are just like an additional layer to it, like greed on top of greed on top of greed. You already get to hyper-exploit because of your position as a unipolar state and your control of international capital in the form of all of these different organizations from the IMF and so on. But you want to get even more out of it. So you just go there and you tell them, I will bankrupt your fucking economy unless you come grovel. But this is a snake that eats its own ass, as they say. The gamble in that situation, if they return the tariffs after 90 days, the gamble there is that everybody will go and grovel. That's why, again, not to show my fucking stupid ass fucking tweets all the time, but I already post about all this shit, not because I like using this platform, but because it's black and white on what my fucking take was. Given concessions to the U.S. under tariff pressure by any state should rightfully be viewed as capitulation, abandonment of sovereignty, and imperial subservience. AKA, the only way for this to backfire in the American administration's face is if all of these countries that are now being that were being threatened, I mean, still are with the 10% flat tax, right? If they say, okay, time to fucking internationalize, time to cooperate more with my neighbors, with other small nations, with China as a more sustainable long-term trade and diplomatic partner, even for the least expected front, even for example, the Europeans over in the EU to say, okay, why the fuck are we allowing the US to just move us around like a literal financial colony? Let's start talking to the Chinese, who the only reason why we're not talking to is because the Americans told us not to talk to. So what I'm basically saying is that could be a very positive twist, a very positive turn of events, if you are an anti-imperialist, where they all basically readjust their diplomatic and trade relations with the other part of the world to make up for what is being lost in the U.S. Fortunately, a lot of countries cannot afford that, so that's why I'm calling for us to for the wider international left to motivate and to have this sort of opinion as a motivating factor towards these countries doing this, but not wiggle our finger at them if they do capitulate, because again, a lot of countries cannot afford to tell the Americans to go fuck themselves. In the short term. In the long term, I genuinely believe they can, and I genuinely believe they should, because in the long run, cooperation with the Americans is basically a fucking death sentence for your sovereignty and for your economy. The whole thing of bringing back jobs to the States is a huge hurdle. We don't have the workforce, sense why we have immigrant labor. Yeah, dude, no, that's propaganda. That's domestic U.S. That's propaganda for the fucking everyday American worker. Pure propaganda. Like that was never gonna happen. And even if it does happen, even if you do start rebuilding the production base of the United States, you have to crush absolutely all methods of worker organization in order for you to be able to pay the incredibly low prices to the low salaries to the American worker. Now that you've gotten low and mid skill, whatever the fuck that means, but you get my point, labor back into the U.S. It's no matter what happens with the tariffs, that's the great irony of this whole thing. The American working class pays the bill. You guys are footing the whole fucking thing. You are footing the whole experiment. So you're fucked no matter what. What I hope for, though, is leaderships in the international community to realize that. Going over to the White House and begging under the threat of a financial gun, which the way the Americans are using it are the tariffs, will end up building something more sustainable for the rest of the world. The robots will be filled with the factories will be filled with robots and slave labor. Yeah, prison labor, automation, but also like gig workers, dude. You will. The only way to do it with meat bags, with human workers in the U.S. that I see for production line is to literally gigify it, to literally completely gigify it. And there's 100% like a few fucking billionaires in Silicon Valley already thinking about how to do it. How to have like a super automated, super systemized fucking production line in a factory where people can, clock in 4 hours today, 2 hours tomorrow, 3 hours today, the next day, in order for, through their little fucking app, so that they don't have to, get benefits or have to sign contracts or, God forbid, sue the company if they break their arm or leg there, etc., etc. Company town with crypto scrib. Beautifully put. That's exactly it, bro. That is our future unless we do something about this shit. You can't gigify an electronics assembly line. Maybe, but maybe you can. It will be so fucking inefficient. That's what I'm saying. Because you can, what would be more inefficient for a capitalist to pay American level wages on an electronics production line. That would be more inefficient to them. I am Brian Kilme. What is this? Oh my God. And that is about to play, by the way, in the next 3 minutes. If you like what we do here and would like to support our cute little masked asses, do consider becoming a sub. Just like Captain Claw right here. Thank you very much, you beautiful piece of shit. Welcome to the community. And avoid the ad that is not going to play because we are purely ad-free, but that is only thanks to the sustainability that our subscription numbers can afford. 26 gig economy jobs to pursue, plus salaries and duties. Holy shit. Food service, hospitality, transportation, publishing, software and web developing, marketing, business. I love when they just say in marketing, like massive, like what the... Then there's software and web development, and there's software and web development. Caregiver, cleaner, tour guide, dog walker, substitute teacher. What the fuck? Teachers is a gig economy. That's so fucked. Food delivery driver, personal shopper. I'm gonna jump out of a window. 47,000 per year. Mover, classic, babysitter, transcriber. Transcriber is responsible for listening carefully and typing on $34K a year. Phenomenal. Store shopper. Store shop. Thank you, Captain Claw, for the 5 gifties, man. Thank you very, very much. That is very kind of you. Welcome to the community, my friend. Hope you have a great time. Maintenance technician. Digital marketer. But digital marketers are petite bourgeois. They can work for themselves. Why the fuck would I gig for you? Graphic designers, proofreaders, virtual assistants, developers, delivery drivers, rideshare, of course. Penetration tester? What? Penetration testers assess the security and reliability of various software and computer programs. Okay, different type of penetration, bro. Jesus Christ. Okay.
A new child soldier. Subscriber.
I thought something very different. Deep learning engineer. Okay, those make a good buck. Telehealth provider. Telehealth providers are responsible for providing care and consultation patients virtually. So basically a doctor, but from home. Interesting. Yeah, it's so cooked. The gig economy is literally the worst thing that ever happened ever. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. I genuinely think that the gig worker has less fucking rights than a feudal serf back in the day. What you described is so true for Western Europe. I work in delivery, and I am literally officially an independent business person by law because all of these companies only offer freelance contracts. I have no benefits at all. I have no idea why the fuck this is legal. Absolutely. I am very sorry. But yeah. That was they pitched it to all of us that everybody will be entrepreneur and they would run their own business, etc., etc. And for the consumers that everything will become cheaper, and then the services became more expensive for the consumer, and for the worker, he basically stopped being a worker. He became a lower proletariat, as some Marxists like to call it. That does not mean that he is like less worth than a proletariat, but the position of the proletariat, at least in the developed, so-called developed world, you know what I mean, is one that affords him certain workers' rights. But the gig worker is called a sub-proletariat because he is not even afforded those rights. And his on average, what do you call it? The amount of his labor value that is being stolen is even higher than that of a regular proletarian. So, yeah, I call them gig workers because I don't want to sound like a fucking nerd fucking LARPer all the time, but to be Marxian in our terminology, it's a sub-proletarian category. It is one that is completely in line with the working class and with, a socialist push when it comes to their interests, of course. But they are the hyper-exploited proletariat, which is the sub-proletariat. Gig eco workers indeed have less rights than serfs. See Historia Civilis piece on it. Holy shit, what the fuck? Work. Oh, I'm going to save that. Thank you. That's nice. They're not lumpens, though. To an extent, you can call them lumpens, but they sometimes, like, the relationship to capital is still that of a prole. And unfortunately, lumpen has a very negative association to it, which, of course, I stay away from. That in certain contexts, the lumpen proletariat can be, like, literally the most important category that you need to concentrate on if you want to organize. That's what the Panthers did in the States. The lumpens in the black community, etc., etc. It was very smart. Why is it considered so offensive? Because a lot of people co-align it to, just being a lazy fucking schmuck that doesn't want to work, like, being a leech, etc., etc. That's why it's usually negatively identified, which is inherently problematic because of the relation to capital. I argue that the only way for you to call a working person who is able-bodied and refuses to work a quote-unquote leech is if they actually exist in a socialized economy where everybody has equal access to work. And then when everybody has equal access to work and the work that they find the meaning and purpose in, and they refuse to because they want to sit on their fucking ass and not contribute to society, then you could argue. Even though even that is problematic, because long term the plan of destroying class and destroying hierarchy is to make labor and work voluntary and not forced upon by the particular class dynamic you find yourself in, right? So it's disagree. We'll call every billionaire a leech. Yeah. In Greece, it's one of the most popular insults. Back home as well. And I have to admit, my semi-reactionary thing is sometimes I do call them. I have a specific beef with the hyper ultra giga reactionary cab drivers of the place where I live in. And I've had multiple interactions with me leaving the car because I don't want to listen to his fucking racist tirades. And I call him a dirty fucking lumpen and I leave. Which obviously, I'm doing shitbag leftist shit. I'm like, you're calling people fucking parasites? You eat my fucking ass right now. I have not done that in years. I think it comes from a certain dose of internalized elitism a person gets when, I don't know, they have a fucking college degree or some shit. We were all kids. We were all fucking stupid. Don't do that shit. It's fucking dumb. Do Marxists also do that? Yes, there's a lot of Marxists that, quite genuinely do not believe in the revolutionary potential of lumpens even inside of capitalism, because I don't know what their argument even is. I don't want to engage in it because I think it's reactionary. Yeah, the Black Panther strategy perfectly utilized their version of lumpens. Western chauvinism from the left plays a big role too. It does. Anyways, let's get back to
make immediate concessions, and it provides a great sort of short-term media wins for Donald Trump, which allows him to sort of look strong. So you crush the poorest in the world, they immediately give up, and then that gives you leverage against China. But then if your plan was to relocate industry back into the US, how do you achieve that? By bringing in pretend tariffs, which you're only using to score points in the media, and you're immediately going to cancel. You know, if I am a businessman and I'm thinking about building a factory, and the US brings in tariffs, which I know that they're going to cancel within a week, I'm not going to build a factory. And that guy doesn't. So to be honest, I think that there was quite a lot of cope really, which is people seeing this insane thing happen and not wanting to believe that it comes from low competence. It's difficult for me not to be reminded of what happened in the Liz Truss situation. And what this really...
So he's correct on all of it, but add to it the imperial context under which the tariffs should have existed, which still stays when it comes to China, which is the imperial context of trying to, without boots on the ground, use borderline violent financial instruments in order to reestablish yourself as a big daddy, big dick, Mitch, fucking unipolar power.
Made me think of, and it's the next thing I want to introduce, is basically questions about theories of change. How do you improve the economy? And what this reminded me of was, so I went on a podcast with Krishnan Guru-Murthy, who is a very well-known news presenter here in the UK, and we discussed the things I always discuss, which are the collapse of the economy and the need to raise tax on the rich. And Krishnan Guru-Murthy asked me a question which I get asked a lot, which is, if you were Chancellor, what would you do? And I get asked this question quite a lot, and I got quite frustrated because I've been asked it a lot, and I said, listen, if I was Chancellor, there'd be nothing I could do. You don't fix this just by one guy becoming Chancellor, developing a whole economic tax policy in a room by himself, without any oversight, without any discussion, and suddenly applying it on the world. What I'm trying to do...
This in general is such a silly, like, liberal fucking bullshit. The idea that without changing the system and the way it motivates behavior, both economic and in the social sphere, that you can fix everything if you just get a smart enough expert guiding the ship. Sure, somebody who really knows what they're doing and they're a great governor or whatever you want to call it, they will, to an extent, alleviate general suffering by more properly guiding the ship. But the ship has a lot of fucking holes in it. There's a fucking tiger in the belly of the ship running around murdering everyone, called the profit motive, right? And you have like 3 guys steering the ship, 2 out of which have fucking scurvy, okay? Like, yeah, a good captain will make that ship go for 1,000 miles instead of 700 miles, but that shit's eventually fucking sinking, or all of us are getting eaten by the tiger, or all of us are dying from fucking scurvy. Scurvy in this case is an allegory for fucking for climate change, right? So yeah, sure. I mean, he's gonna survive a bit longer because the guy's a decent governor, but it's the system that's the problem, not who's fucking steering it. It's number one. And number two, the type of leaders that usually come into power. This is like 101 political science. You don't have to be fucking Marxist on this. The type of leaders that come into power, just statistically on average, in countries are a representation of the current state in the country. They are not usually people who come in and completely change what is defined as normal. The fact that they could come into power is because their type of outlook, rhetoric, and worldview is what is normal in that particular place. So Trumpian America is not a result of Trump. Trump is a result of America in that stage of development in which it has found itself in. So is Biden, so is Obama, so is everybody. Thank you, Joe! You fucking legend for the 8 months. Authority, medium success. Be the chancellor, there'd be a few things I'd do with you. If I was the chancellor, all of them are highly unsavory. Yeah. Maybe a really good driver, but this car ain't shit without tires and an engine. That's it. That's a great allegory that doesn't require ships and scurvy. I always overdo it. Scurvy is caused by a lack of vitamin C, communism.
To do here is not be the guy who redesigns the global tax policy by myself whilst making YouTube videos. I am trying to raise awareness of the fact that if you do not deal with growing wealth inequality by changing the tax system, you will see really dramatic collapses in living standards. And what I want to do is open that conversation up and have really an army of ordinary people behind me, forcing the rich to have that conversation so we can discuss the best way to fix the tax system. But the way that I constantly get asked, what would you do if you were Chancellor? What would you do if you were Chancellor? Reveals to me quite an immature, quite a childish approach a lot of people, even in the media, seem to have towards politics and economics, which is the way to fix the economic system, is to get one guy or one small group of people and ask them to totally rewrite the economic rules without any broader discussion. When I see things like what Liz Truss did a couple of years ago,
and sometimes, in very rare cases, they elect a guy and he has enough political support that he actually tries to readjust the economy from the inside out. Somebody who's very radical, so who's not just going to stir the capitalist ship, but he's going to do something about the ship itself. You know what they do with them? They fucking kill them. They just fucking kill them. Do you want me to name examples during the Cold War? They just fucking shoot them. I'll end it. There you go. Chatters are not dumb. One of the most classic examples. All of a sudden, that place needs liberation, if you know what I mean. Olaf as well. Yeah. Yeah. Just. So, yeah, that's not how it works. That's why popular movements are so important. Because you can kill a head, but holy shit, does that motherfucker have tentacles everywhere? Sankara as well. Bravo, chat. Well, you guys know your fucking history. I fucking love you.
The Trump administration have done now, it really looks to me as if that's what they think fixing an economy looks like. And I want to be clear, people like Liz Truss and people like the Trump administration, they are correct in identifying that there are massive problems in the economic system. Bigger and bigger percentages of rich economies like the US, like Europe, like the UK are falling into poverty, and we need change. But both of these groups of people, Liz Truss and now Donald Trump, seem to think that the way to fix the economy is to lock a couple of geeks in a room for a couple of weeks and ask them to rewrite the entire economic system all by themselves, and then to suddenly foist some crazy, poorly implemented plan
from time to
on
time.
the entire world.
Come on, let's be honest. Let's be honest, even though I'm a bad representation of it, because I'm a guy with a fucking mask, which I hate, by the way, but that's c'est la vie, you know. There's one thing when I'm talking like, so economics, very important. They're truly a thing versus economics, very important. They truly are, they're a thing, right? The pen carries so much. Same with glasses.
Without any discussion. And I think it's a phenomenally mature way to do politics and economics. I mean, God knows how many Cambodians would have died just to make it so that poor Americans can't afford trainers. And I'm not saying that tariffs are a bad policy, but when are we going to wake up to the fact that we have serious economic problems and we need to have a discussion about this as a society? Why does it have to keep being crazy people with crazy hair bringing up crazy policies that they seem to have made up themselves a week earlier, you know, in a little meeting with 4 people? It drives me mad. Okay, so what happened after Donald Trump's mood board tried to explode Cambodia? Financial markets went totally insane. Stock markets started to sell off really, really aggressively. And the reason for this is obvious. You've got companies like Nike or like Apple that build their products, they build their products basically in poorer countries. Apple builds a lot of phones in China, but Nike and a lot of cheap clothing manufacturers build their clothes in Bangladesh or Cambodia or Vietnam. And suddenly, the cost of an iPhone was going to like nearly double in the US, or the cost of cheap clothes would be increasing by 50, 60%. And
or if they remove boundaries on intellectual property, you could unironically have a $150 iPhone coming straight from the US, because they could copy the software and they could actually make an identical iPhone, because the only reason they can't do that right now is because they have to circumvent IP regulations, which once they're out of the door, whoever has more resources and cheaper labor is going to make the cheapest fucking product.
You know, if you're selling cheap clothes to poor Americans.
I don't know if you've seen on TikTok, it's going fucking crazy. Like Chinese manufacturers are just like making TikToks explaining very specific products and very specific brands, how much they actually cost to produce. And I'm very confused on why a lot of people are like mind blown by this. Don't you know that you're being charged like 10x the production price because of the brand? I'm on a, because like it's making all the rounds on TikTok. People are like, oh my god, like the Chinese are saying that the blah blah blah, and it's so cool, and I never knew this, which is cool. Like I'm glad that this is happening, but I'm also unironically asking, like, bruv, how do you not know that this is a thing, bro? Like, bro.
Americans, they can't afford to pay 50, 60%. And what would have happened is the sales of things like iPhones, which might still happen because the China tariffs are still on, would have collapsed. The sales of clothing would have collapsed. And, you know, you could have seen the bankruptcy of companies like Nike. It's crazy to say, but...
Captain Claw, like for Discord stuff, you can hit me up on Discord if you have me. I'll ask the mods about what can be done.
It is possible.
And no worries.
Financial markets went totally insane. They were freaking out. And I traded through the COVID crisis at home on my laptop, but I traded in the 2008 crisis as a professional trader. In a lot of ways, markets to me felt crazier last week than they did during the beginning of COVID or the beginning of 2008. And I think the reason for that was...
And that's a
even
trader
in 2008,
saying that.
2008 was really serious. You know, we were really talking about like a really serious potential global economic depression. We knew that at the very least, the government...
Speaking of COVID, an ad is about to play in exactly 3 minutes, and we are very close to the COVID years when it comes to the subscription count. So before the stream ends, let's try to get through COVID without experiencing it and hit 2025 so that we can sleep easy and not sneeze throughout our ads. Because what is worse, COVID or ads? Of course, COVID, because it killed a lot of people, but will we ever know just how many died because of what advertising told them they need to do? Just count the amount of people that joined the U.S. Army because of ads. Anyways, that was the ad pitch. Ad plays in 3 minutes. Oil me up by giving to your fellow chatters, or $6 a month, or free through Prime. You know what to do. I love you. Thank you.
Wanted to avoid...
Ain't no ad kill my grandpa.
A global economic depression.
That's so fucked up. I'm sorry.
But in the last week, we didn't really know that. I don't think any of us really knew what the US government wanted. It seemed at points like they wanted to make the stock market crash. It seemed at points like they wanted to crash the global economy. And it was crazy. The markets were crazy. Stock markets collapsed. And to be honest, you know what? Again, what you see here again is another kind of legitimate problem recognized, but addressed in a mad way, which is, I think you do, and I speak about this a lot, I think you do want assets like housing.
Yeah, this is not about psychology or particular unhinged leaders. Sure, that plays a role, especially with my boy Donald. But it's a systemic issue. It's a late-stage capitalist country understanding that the only way to keep its standards up is by remaining a unipolar power, and just like any other empire, squabbling to find new methods in order to keep itself on top. But that's like putting a Band-Aid on top of a tumor. Doesn't really do much and allows the tumor to continue festering. And in this particular game that is being played between the PRC and the United States, there's just like no long-term way to win against China except through World War III, which would be not nice, I think, because the Chinese have outplayed the Americans in their own game through the use of state management of large capital holdings. which is the main difference, which is why they're winning.
Like stocks.
Not winning, why they will eventually win.
To be cheaper for ordinary people. I think you want wages, you want assets to be cheaper relative to wages. But the way...
And this is not a new thing. Like every single empire throughout history, under different contexts, tried to preserve its position, usually by doing a bunch of either unhinged stuff or by not doing enough. It's just slowing down the sinking ship.
To do that, the sensible way to do that is to change your distribution and drive wages up over time. I don't think anybody wants to make Nike go bankrupt. I don't think anyone wants to destroy the pensions of pensioners. But last week we didn't know for sure whether that was what the government wanted, what the US government wanted. The markets were freaking out, stock markets were collapsing, a lot of rich people were buying. I was buying, kind of on a reflex to be honest, more than anything else. Trump seemed happy with that. Trump seemed happy with markets collapsing. On Monday, there was a rumor from some random dickhead called Financial Juice. I shouldn't say that, he might be a nice guy. From a random guy called Financial Juice, said that they're going to pause the tariffs. Stock markets jumped up immediately. The White House immediately denied it. Stock markets jumped like up and down like 10% in about 15 minutes. The White House denied it. They said, we're not going to do any pauses. To be honest, I thought there's no way, at the very least, the attacks on Southeast Asia and the poorest countries in the world are totally not in the interest of anyone. I thought they had to turn back on that, but they were adamant they were not going to.
Yeah, that's where like the only thing we disagree with, not disagree with, but like I'm confused at why he's not mentioning it, is because that was the point with the small countries, my friend. That was the point. It was to intimidate them so hard that they have to call up the White House and grovel, so that the United States can extract as much political power over that country in return for alleviating the tariffs. That was the point. That was the bet with that. 1,000,000%. It's the economic gun, man.
And turn back on that.
It's a shakedown. Yeah, it was 100% a shakedown.
And then we had...
I find it insane that they paused it out like fucking idiots. Jesus Christ. Like, you either do, yo. Though, one is say, like, still the 10% is a pretty big fucking hit.
I think it was Tuesday evening. Yeah, we started to see government bonds sell off, especially in the US. What this means is, so this is interesting, right? And this is something I talk about a lot, right? So I was an interest rate trader. In general, when the economy is very weak, you expect central banks to cut interest rates. So you expect interest rates to fall. It should make borrowing costs cheaper. It should make borrowing costs cheaper for the government. But what was happening in the last week was quite interesting, because if you raise tariffs, that will increase prices significantly in the US. So it's going to increase inflation significantly in the US, which puts the US government in a situation of, it puts the US Federal Reserve, the central bank in the US, in a situation of, well, maybe we shouldn't cut interest rates because inflation is really, really high. And then you're facing this potential like double whammy of inflation going up, well, triple whammy of inflation going up. You're potentially causing a global economic depression and interest rates going up at the same time. Still, the US government seemed not to care, which meant that traders were increasingly worrying that maybe they were intentionally going to blow the economy up, maybe they were planning not to pay the debt back. Really, like lots of questions are being asked. The things that they were doing seemed so crazy that basically people were talking about maybe they're going to confiscate other countries' gold, maybe they're not going to pay the debt back. A lot of the debt is owned by America to China, maybe they're intentionally not going to pay the debt back. So people started to sell US government bonds. You know,
yeah.
I don't have any US government bonds, but if I had them, I probably would have sold them. I wouldn't want to be owed money by the US government now. Like, would you? So basically, people started to sell US government bonds, which means the US government is an enormous amount of debt. If that had continued, it could have meant, if it had gotten out of control, similarly to the Liz Truss situation, it could have led to the relatively short-term bankruptcy of the US government. And that would have made 2008 look like a walk in the park. I'm laughing, but this is what happened. This is what happened.
Dude, give him a chance, man. In 90 days, let's see what he does, man. But nah, he's walking back. What do you think, Chad? Is he gonna walk back? I mean, he already even walked back on China, bro, with the electronics being exempt from the tariffs. Like, Jesus Christ. What the fuck, bro? Even our fascist enemies are cooked, bro. Look at my fascist enemy, bro. Can't make a decision. My bro is a kid in puberty, dude. No, Mom, I want those socks.
Happened last week, and thank fuck they decided to back down, because honestly, this could have gone anywhere. But then the way they backed down, oh my God. We were filming this on Thursday. Trump tweeted on Wednesday on fucking Truth Social, today's a great day to buy stocks. And then a couple hours later, he reverses the tariffs. backs down on everything he did, except for the tariffs on China, which have gone up. And obviously stock markets went through the roof. So basically, like, Donald Trump is like manipulating markets on social media. Yeah, basically, it was mad times. Mad times for everyone.
Mad times, baby. Mad fucking times. Mad fucking times. And speaking of mad times, I believe there is a fundraiser for Cuba going on over with my bro Struggle 4. So let's go over there and help him out. I apologize for a relatively quick shutdown. Today's stream was absolutely fucking sick. Thank you to everyone who followed. If you haven't and you're here, why the fuck not? It's literally a press of a button. Stream 3 to 4 times a week. Come hang out. It's a fun time. Thank you to all the subscribers, especially the Oilers. Without you guys, I cannot do what I do. Hats down, hats off. Glasses off. Thank you very, very much. Thank you to my mods, the only good cops in the world, YugopnikTwitch mods. Let's fucking go. Check out Yugopnik Live if you want to watch segments of the stream whenever you miss it. We're going to finish this video next time I stream. The only reason I'm running is because I have the program thing in literally 5 minutes that I missed. Yugopnik Live, you go here and we post my mods edit very well, and it's basically a co-op where the profit is shared between me and them, so you would be supporting your fellow police officer by going and subscribing to this channel. I truly suggest it strongly. And I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, I think tomorrow. Yeah, it should be tomorrow. Look out for the schedule soon. And I'm going to go 5 hours in, and I'm going to go spend like 3 more fucking hours. Guy quits corporate life because hours are better. Hours proceed to not be better. I'm kidding. I love what I do, and I'm extremely grateful to you fucks for allowing me to do what I do. It is the greatest privilege of my life, without 2 seconds worth of thinking. Now, go to Struggle. Great comrade. Great streamer. Send them my love. Be loud, be proud, don't be annoying. And I'm seeing you soon. Okie dokie. Mwah, 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 mwah. Yes. And as they say in the American Oval Office,
I'm Hitler's top guy.